Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games.
What makes a great video game podcast?
Split Fiction?
Chris Wolfhard.
Yay.
And Dr. Aggro. Here on GigaBoots. I've been inspired by the YouTube AI.
Oh, I see.
Oh, no.
I know what the people want. They want videos about what makes a great video game podcast.
Can the AI spell that?
No, I can't write the letters at all.
Just checking.
Does it count as failing on spelling if it can't write the letters in the least? Is that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can't write an A, you just...
We don't know that isn't the right letter in whatever, like, galactic language the AI is communing with us in. We don't know. It's unclear. I before we really get into talking about this, a history of video games death streams, where the evolution of the death streams genre is explored from its humble beginnings to its modern, highly specialized format, where our video will delve into how the gaming communities... I don't even know what the rest of that is, but apparently you're very interested in it, listener. You love this. You would also love a Bespoken's 5 most memorable moments.
What a stupid fucking device.
Yeah.
It really doesn't know shit.
Yeah, it's so aggravating seeing this stuff.
Look, there's some really compelling stuff in here. Aggro. What if Horizon 3 was a PS4 exclusive?
Huh.
See? Compelling stuff?
I've got to say, I am gripped by the thought. Like, there are no good outcomes, but that would be fascinating.
There's like no justification for having written it.
I would very much like to learn how that came about.
I really think we need to spearhead this whole initiative, though, with one of 2 videos. For some reason, it said you're not interested in either of these, okay?
Okay.
So brace yourself for that. 1, Dan Southworth's AI Genie, what's the big deal?
Or fuck?
Or 2, Hex Maniacs Eternal, is the industry doomed?
Okay, fair question.
And it just immortalized the thumbnails that it was like, hey, this is how this should look. This is what it believes this should look like.
Yeah, it's still crazy as it makes suggestions and it's like, very low interest. No one cares. You should do it.
These ideas are bad, but yours are worse. Thank you, YouTube.
It's letting you know you have the opportunity to get in on the ground floor of this shit nobody wants.
Ooh, that is tempting.
Every time I see an implementation of AI in a customer-facing method, I remember that comic of the guy who says, I have invented a robot that screams. Somebody asks him, why?
Bob, are you ready to write Get Awoken to the Bespoken, a comprehensive guide to bespoke? Chugging juice and being the Matrix - exploring the power of perception.
I legitimately, I want to do that one.
You want to do that one? You're going to write that one?
I want to do that one.
Okay, you write that one.
I want to review fruit juices and talk about the Matrix.
I like the AI's like, I cannot say chugging bleach. That is not allowed. They are chugging juice.
That's the best part. It knows that we get thousands of views on a series called Chugging Bleach, and it will not write Chugging Bleach, so it keeps calling it Chugging Juice.
What's
the Funimation edit?
Yeah, what's the Shonen Jump like a juice anime?
Chugging frothy mugs of water.
Anyways, these are the things like I gotta show this one. After me making it my intro, I have to show the thumbnail for it. What makes a great Dr. Beat question mark video game podcast?
Yeah.
When you go to your YouTube dashboard, this is the first tab now. It's called Inspirations. You click
Disgusting.
it, and it tells you 3 to 5 videos.
Yeah, and I was like,
3 to 5 3 to 5 videos it thinks you should make.
This will legitimately trick people into making just complete garbage.
Yeah.
Like this will work on some people.
Here's
And that's so sad.
Here's the thing, though, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They're already being tricked into making garbage by other people succeeding at making garbage that they don't understand why it succeeded.
Yeah,
That's been the YouTube game the whole time.
it's true.
At least now YouTube's weaponized.
God.
Yeah, this is insane. It sucks. I feel like we should make the big think dimension have exciting letters, like whatever
Dr. Beat 2.
like whatever this is. Like it's an R almost. It's real close. It's like an R that was an F.
It's just morphing into some sort of hiragana. That's fine.
Yeah,
You can read that.
yeah, it's fine.
I couldn't. I could see that as the way they write text in Concord.
You're telling me this is some sort of Guardians of the Galaxy font?
Yeah, I'm telling you, it looks like a game that that looks AI generated would have this. I know, crazy.
Bob, that's a different Sony game. That's not Concord. That's wait, no, fair game $.
Fair game.
Here we go. This is our current topic. I hope you enjoy. Anyways, Split Fiction's out. Bob and I are streaming it tomorrow.
Great.
I hope we don't get a divorce. I also hope a book doesn't teach us to marry each other.
Well, even if it does, you won't stay together very long.
Okay, I leave now. Goodbye. Oh, thank God he's gone.
You're
Let's get the
trapped
divorce
in
now.
doomed marriage. Hey! And then he leaves.
And then he leaves.
I assume that's how that game ends. But I never finished it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Video games.
Really?
Yeah.
At this time of year?
Every time video games. Bob and I, actually, this is a lie. Bob and I have watched 8 Zatoichi films in the last 10 days. I say this sweating like Papa John in that famous interview. People will be trying to figure out how we even did that in such a small amount of time. Are we clinically ill? We're getting close, though. They're only 26, and we're 8 down.
And we have had a run of kind of short ones, which is good.
That's true. It's good because if you're going to be that derivative, keep it short, please.
Yeah, no, that is the good stuff. Please do make a billion movies that are one thing, but like, know what you're doing.
Yeah, no, that's we were talking about it the whole time. Like, yeah, we should just do this. Agro's homeless, and he goes on his homeless adventures as some sort of vagabond in Florida. He gets caught up in the struggles between the HOA and the local government.
Am I still an Iaido master in this context?
No, but you are a masseur.
Oh my God. Okay, the first time I ever saw a Zatoichi movie on TV, I was in like middle school, and they kept calling him, just referring to him as masseur. And I kept thinking, okay, I don't think that's how that's spelled. Also, what Japanese are they trying to equivocate to French in English? I thought they were calling him monsieur.
Monsieur Zatoichi, we have 2 clans that are fighting. I don't think this dub is good.
I think
Like
it's
someone
great.
get the monsieur.
I think this dub is terrible.
I'm kind of surprised none of these were dubbed at all. Like, you just think there'd be like a one-off one that was brought to the States and dubbed that we've run into, but
And
not
yet
so
somehow
far.
no. Somehow we've gone through the first 8 and no.
Yeah, no, I think especially when they first came over, they were like post the Kung Fu movie boom.
Mm-hmm.
So they weren't doing like the rapid fire dubs of those, and they weren't going to pay to dub this old ass Japanese movie.
For anyone who's curious, what's the deal with Zatoichi? It's basically imagine Columbo was a samurai. He just bumbles into a thing. He pretends he's way dumber than he really is, and he owns all of the rich people. Every movie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, am I saying is it's as good as Columbo? No, but he kills way more people.
And he does it himself. He doesn't rely on the courts.
No, he doesn't rely on anything. He is less of a face spirit that haunts the evil people of this world.
Yeah, much more an immediate action sort of spirit.
It's sort of like a real human that's there and then just whips some ass. Far less Columbo-like.
Like, would Columbo be better if after every time he owned somebody, like it hard cut to them in the electric chair and then the lever got pulled and it smash cut to credits?
Only if the very last shot every time is just him, like with his cigar, just being like, and then we freeze frame, right? Like, we need
We have a Hong Kong movie ending.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
We just need to reboot Columbo, except he just shows up, and as soon as he figures out who did it, he shoots him, and the rest of the episode is him explaining how he knew it was them to his lieutenant.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good.
Yeah,
No,
but
that sounds excellent.
his gun makes him comically explode.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Zatoichi films are pretty cool. It's great watching the evolution of the swordplay from total dog shit to actually fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like it only took a few movies for that to come online full throttle. The cinematography, I believe, is in the fifth one, where they get the really creative shots, like the shots in darkness and stuff.
Right.
Those were really cool. It was funny. Someone in Blue Sky's like, which ones did you watch? And I'm like, I watched 8 in the last 10 days. You guess what order I watched them in.
Yeah, if we're watching that many, we're not like trying to curate a list here.
no,
It's just 1 to 8.
We're on a mission. We're gonna solve that knowledge base. I will have knowledge of what is Zatoichi.
The reason that I was able to do this is the library here just has all of them.
Because they're a Criterion collection. So there's a chance your local library may also have them. Perhaps. Look into it. You were saying the library is like you can check out 50 things.
Yeah, 50 things at once. Ludicrous.
That is
and they auto-renew. Like, I don't have...
That's insane. What is that?
I don't know. I guess nobody uses libraries, so they're just like, go for it, man. Go wild.
Yeah. You know what? We should get our fan base into libraries.
It's pretty
Chat,
cool.
they have
good
a
one.
copy. No, I think I know the perfect trick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chat, listen. I'm pretty sure your local library has a copy of Budokai Tenkaichi 3. You could go and check it out for free, I promise. Just go and check, okay? Sign up for your local library, and you can check out Tenkaichi 3. That's what you all want. Don't pretend.
But yeah, they aren't even like limited to just criteria and more respected stuff like that. Like they had the Baby Assassins 2. They have a bunch of random kung fu movies like Killzone 1 and 2. Like it's not some high class thing even. They also just have manga. Like I checked out the Tenchi Muyo manga from 94 or whatever.
And it was great, right?
I haven't read it yet.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty good.
I was just baffled because like this was back when they flipped the thing to be
Yeah, left to right.
left to right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah, just
Americans
the
will
old
never
flipped
figure it
$15 version.
Yeah.
Then I think for the second, I think right when they were doing the second series was when they started switching to $10 versions.
We also played video games. Did you know Shadow of the Colossus is one of the greatest games ever made, and I'm totally based for giving it a 10 out of 10, despite my editor being like, you sure? His controls are hard, and it runs pretty poor. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, it's a 10. Name a game that does this better. And they were like, ah, shit. And then they backed the fuck off.
And then it's been 20 years and still nothing.
And I'm still right, baby! No, seriously, that game's great. Fucking play it. Jesus Christ. If you don't have a way to play a PS2 game, like a PC that can emulate it, because I assume maybe that's fine. I would hope it's one of the highest profile fucking PS2 games. Just play the PS4 version. It's fine. Don't believe the haters. It's fine. It really is. That's what I'm playing through right now. I finished the playthrough on PS2, and then I was like, well, I'm going to do the PS4 now. This is going to be great. It's good. It's a good time. How do you even describe... Hey, Bob, tell them about Shadow of the Colossus.
Okay, there's a big Colossus, 16 of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, 16 different Colossuses. They're each a different puzzle you need to figure out how to climb and then stab the glowing sigils on. It's fun. It's a big learning process. There's nothing quite like it. That's kind of what I miss in action games, just having a thing that's completely unlike other things.
Yeah. The amazing thing about this game is the fact that every boss in it, all 16 of them, are both puzzles and platforming challenges. They are platforming challenges that are puzzles, and it's really delightful. They also fuse it with a thing that we really haven't seen this exact combination of since, where it is a giant open world full of just this naturalistic beauty, all these amazing landscapes and stuff. And it's just so beautiful and so great. It accomplishes stuff you never would have believed the PS2 was capable of. And Mercury Steam never was capable of.
Also, it's one of the first games that like popularized that whole genre of like, it's just boss fights. It's got stuff between them to get to them, but there's not like anything else. It's kind of cut the fat sort of style of development.
For anyone who's wondering what that was about, Lords of Shadow has stolen 2 Colossi directly, and it's very funny how much worse they are in Lords of Shadow 1. It is some horrible, twisted monstrosity of what the original idea was.
It is so blatant, too. Just like everything they steal, it's insanely blatant if you played the thing.
So the question is, will Blades of Fire have a Colossus?
I don't think they have the money to do that anymore.
You don't think 505 is going to...
They might try it. Like, if there's one thing I've learned about Mercury Steam is that they have absolutely no sense of their limitations.
Yeah. No bar for quality.
You know how a great game comes out and then everybody copies it for a while? Shadow of the Colossus came out and most everybody was like, well, fuck, man, we can't do that.
Right.
Mercury Steam is like, nah, I'm built different.
And Mercury Steam is in the middle of Clive Barker's Jericho, and where they're like, just so you know, when I'm done, I'm going to do that, but better. They didn't. A fantastic game. I absolutely love it as much as, if not more than, the day it came out. Absolutely fantastic experience. It was really crazy seeing it upscaled the way it was so sharply to this fucking TV. And again, the PS4 version is just so beautiful and runs perfect locked 30 or 60, depending on your mode. On the PS5, it's like, this rules. This is so great. Yeah, everyone should be so lucky to have a version of their favorite game like that, right?
God, the PS4 version looks fucking insane. It looks better than any of these dog shit melty TAA games. I was fucking... It looks like a PS6 game. Yeah. And they haven't even actually... They could go in and rip the frame cap out of the quality mode on that for sure. And it would look even more insane.
Yeah. It's... Chat, you don't understand.
Yeah, like
literally...
PS4, they were doing that. Like, this, Last of Us 2 and Ghost of Tsushima were like, yeah, they'll look better than any other modern game.
Yeah.
What you gonna do?
It's so weird. It's so weird, Bob and I, like most of us going through the PS4 version, both off stream and prep for the stream, and in the stream going through the PS4 version for a bit. We're just like, this literally looks better than any game they ship that's PS5 exclusive. What's going on? Except for Spider-Man 2, I suppose. That's kind of it, though, right? Is there anything else I'm not thinking of? Someone's going to be like, I think Alan Wake looks better. And I'm going to go, good for you.
I guess Ratchet and Clank.
Ah.
It's like it.
We got 3 over the last 4 years. Good job, everyone.
Doing great.
Yep. We have hit diminishing returns.
But
even with Spider-Man 2, I'm like, I guess it looks okay. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, it looks good.
If I get the magnifying glass out, it looks great.
It looks awesome. I have it on the Pro, and I hear it looks better. I've been told. Sources say Bob and I were making jokes of like, because we've also played Monster Hunter, so we get to talk about that. But I was making the joke of, well, Bob, this is the year we waited a whole year to get the TV because chat funded it heading into Black Friday last year. But then there were leaks of what this year's OLED TVs would have technological, and it was such a massive leap. And I was like, it'll literally be stupid for us to buy this one. Let's wait 6 months, a year, whatever to get that one. But I was making the joke of, Bob, we got to get the 77-inch so that way we can properly see how dog shit every modern game looks. We can't see all 4K of faked pixels from this distance. We need the bigger TV. It's just, we owe it to ourselves. And then we're going to sound even crazier to chat. I'm going to be like, it's doing a thing. You can't see it on the other side of the internet. And you couldn't see it on any remotely sized, normal sized TV. But I swear it's there. Let me zoom in. And then they still won't see it. Yeah. Dude, Shadow of the Colossus is so good. It's so fucking good, man.
Yeah, I remember it was basically the Cowboy Bebop of video games, where it's like, oh, no, I'm not really into video games. Then I have one you should see.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's amazing. You know, if you just let it hang on the title screen, it will literally just show the horse aggro. Did you know that, aggro? Did you know it would show you the horse?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen the PS4 version of this game. I got to sit in my room back when Dan and I were roommates and listen to him play it, shouting at that horse. And like every 10 minutes, I'd be walking down the hallway and be like, what? God damn it.
Yeah, it's real good. You leave it on the title screen, the horse will literally run around the entire open world. It's real great.
Huh.
It's beautiful because it looks so great. Like, holy shit, this is great. This is what screensavers should have become. It should have been, we made a massive, beautiful world. Just do AI screensavers.
Oh,
we haven't done
that'd
those
be
yet,
beautiful
right?
and massive.
Yeah, it was beautiful and majestic, right?
Yeah.
Don't worry, it just takes more power than when you're actually using your computer. Great. Oh, man. Shadow of the Colossus. It's like $10 on PS4. Go get it.
You might
Do it.
I think it was in that PS Plus collection, so you might even have it already.
But check this out. What if you paid $10 and then you didn't need to have Plus to keep playing it? Actually, wait, for those, do you?
Yeah, I don't think you do.
You
I
do.
I can't remember.
You do?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
you
I'm pretty
do.
sure you do.
I think we found that out and we were like, oh, man, come on. Anyway, it's $10. Just saying. So before we finish talking about Shadow of the Colossus, I want to note Bluepoint made the Shadow of the Colossus PS4 version. Looks great. Then they made Demon's Souls Remastered. In my opinion, looks great, but very contentious. More contentious even than Shadow of the Colossus, oddly. And then they haven't done anything in almost 5 whole years.
Yep.
Thanks, Jim Ryan.
He should be tried.
Thanks, Herman Halls, who is inexplicably still at that fucking
He's inexplicably
company somehow.
still there.
Mm-hmm.
So, for people who lost track of it, they assisted on the development of God of War Ragnarok and then started making a God of War games as a service. And for the love of God, there are still people out there extending to Sony the grace to be like, well, Sony didn't force all of their studios to make live service games. They just made a system that monetarily incentivized them to do it. And then they did it. Weird.
I don't even think they created that system. I think they told them, do it.
I'm telling you what other people who are not mainstream journalists.
Yeah, that's
are
how a
trying-
fucking business works. That's how businesses work. You get to decide what you make. That's how every corporation works. That's correct. Brain genius. That's why Hollywood is experiencing a golden age unlike anything we've ever seen, where everyone makes what they want and the fucking director of Moonlight doesn't have to come in and make fucking Mufasa.
Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
How long was it between the Shadow of the Colossus remake and the Demon's Souls one?
2 years.
2 years. And they didn't get to reuse any assets. They had to make a ton of assets because Demon's Souls has a ton of new areas. There's no way Shadow of the Colossus in a game of that scale, like remaking anything like that, wouldn't be easier.
So, as I was saying during our stream, they could have remade Jack.
Yeah.
And Jack fans would have been fucking thrilled.
Oh my god. That is man, like I don't want to shit on Jack fans, but that is happiness Jack fans don't deserve. That would have been amazing.
I just
Like
countless people who
Right.
love PlayStation games would have killed for that.
yeah, no, and even if they can only do realistic styles, I am dead certain they could find something.
I mean, yeah, Jack and Daxter works well enough for that, given
It's still
the
got
direction of
cartoony
something.
looks, so.
Yeah, but not like. I think it would be close enough for Jack and Daxter fans. They like Jack too.
Yeah.
You're like, no, they wouldn't like the gritty reboot. Oh, they're all pissed when they got showed the gritty reboot and they didn't get that and they want it. Oh. No, they're mature. They respect cartoony aesthetics.
Uh-huh.
They don't make their profile picture dark Jack. No one does that.
No one does that.
No one has ever done that. But no, they want to.
Man,
Countless people. Countless people would have appreciated that.
Yeah.
And yet,
we
somehow,
need the AAA Jack 2 remake where Jack is Pedro Pascal.
yes.
Hmm.
He's a little
And he
old
doesn't
for
shave.
Jack.
He just
don't
has
know how it
facial
works.
hair now.
You think that works?
I think that works.
you
Just make
think
him
the
roll.
dark
You
eco
know, it's fucking, you're
makes him-
scanning people in. You can de-age an actor through 3D scanning and it not be hideous. It'll
Chris.
actually fucking look somewhat approaching correct.
Chris, Western game devs can't even scan the actor and then look the same.
Sony can.
Yeah, Sony can. They're the
Sony's-
only ones.
Sony's like
Sony and
the
Capcom.
one, but I haven't seen them de-age shit. I guess Spider-Man's face is that guy's face, but a young-looking person.
Uh-huh.
It's Kago's face.
It is Keiko's face. We can't stop that.
Yeah. No offense to Yuri Lowenthal, but I thought it was very funny how defensive he got about that face change. Like, I get it, man. It's you.
Oh no!
I understand. I
No,
understand.
that was funny. He literally apologized for how his face looks. That was hilarious.
I know, but then later on, he kept getting defensive about it. And I'm like, you're defensive because it looks like you.
I mean, yeah, if millions of people lined up to say that the character I played, I think, looked like shit because it looks like me all of a sudden, I'd probably
it
take
looks
that
like-
personally too.
Yeah.
It looks like they. Yeah, I would hate to see like, oh, they're saying I look like they whitewashed a white man.
Yeah, I'd probably hate that. I'd probably also agree, but not a great situation. Not a great situation. We, after doing the Shadow of the Colossus stream last Friday, again, play Shadow of the Colossus. People will love you. You will be attractive and brilliant if you play Shadow of the Colossus. We played Way of the Samurai. Bob,
Yeah.
sell them on Way of the Samurai.
You seen a samurai movie?
No.
Oh, well, I can't sell you on Way of the
I
Samurai. I'm sorry. That's kind of the entire basis of selling you on this game. You have to be aware of what a samurai movie is. You wander into town. There are two warring factions, and you get to choose which side to support. And there are different endings. There's 6 different ways it can go.
Well, apparently, we got 3 different endings, and they were all pretty.
Whatever. It's like you support, like, 3 bad endings where the government wins. And that's what we got because
Oh.
those are the easy ones to do. The others require weird
Something tells me
factors.
if we played a horror game and a volcano blew up and killed us at the end of every ending, and it was like there's 6 different endings, and I'm like, it sounds like a bunch of shit happens and the volcano blows up every time.
Look,
The
more total
little-
horror games aren't an hour long.
I'm now categorically thinking about that. Like, all right.
It's like Resident Evil 3 isn't actually only 1 hour long.
I don't know. The internet told me. They told me it was an hour long. We did a really fucking long stream that one time of that hour-long game. So you get to choose your side. And so there are 2 clans. Hear me out. There are 2 clans, and you're some samurai in the middle. What is your samurai way?
That's what you found out. You find out by playing the game.
Oh,
You figure out your own samurai way. And it has
Are you just straight up to Inafune?
No, you can't actually. There isn't a face that's like directly him.
Oh,
They can't fucking afford a face aggro.
it's true. It's a choir. The people who made Octopath. That fucking 2002 PS2 game.
Yeah, they have
Reminder, they made Tenchu.
right. They have no money. There's no voice acting or anything. It's very cheap. It's a very small little town. It's like, I don't know, 6 different zones, I think.
By zones, he means literal 3D spaces that are all loaded in at one part.
Right.
We don't want you to overassume what a zone is here.
Right. No, it's like a street.
A building, a street. Because like the what was it, the Kuro family residence would be like a zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking. It's a very, very small scale game.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool. You get all these great dialogue choices like yes, no, or I will kill. Oh, that's literally what Spiff's typing in chat right now. It's true. And then there's like you talk to the old man and you're like, hey, what's up with this? Or are you feeling okay? Or let your daughter marry me. I haven't even talked to her about it. She doesn't know me.
Yeah, there are a lot of goofy choices. I like that the comedy gets turned up more in later entries, and this one is very much subdued and just like little things you can say like that. Not we have an entire thing of like this kinky torture they do to you, which that happens in later games.
mm.
Is that torture supposed to be kinky?
Pretty sure there's
Because
one
I
with
thought
that.
it was just about burning your inner thighs to death. Because I'm thinking about the horse thing.
Yeah, no, that horse thing is kinky.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize. It just looked deeply horrifying to me. Because the idea is the horse is like metal and heated, right?
I don't think it's heated. I think it's just, a wedge that you're sitting on.
Oh, I thought it was like heated. Oh, okay. Yeah, I still don't know about that. Man, y'all are into some freaky shit. It's okay. The horse watches.
And one of the endings was really different because at the end, the government's like, we've kidnapped the woman. We've tied her to 2 cattle and then we'll tear her into pieces. Like, what are you doing? Why is this happening?
Why did they tie her up to those 2 steers? What was with that? What was their plan? And then there is a line where they're like, and before we kill her, we have another use for her. And I'm like, oh my God. Is this what the government agent has been doing off screen every time? I really like the government spy who's a ninja, where if you defeat him in a battle in multiple different like timelines, he'll just explode himself with an explosion dot gif.
Yes, he just turns into a poop of smoke in one frame. It's
But
really
it's
good.
not even smoke, it's like a fiery explosion
It
thing.
is.
So it's just like, wow.
One
choir
time he
really
actually
went all
implies
out.
he died from it.
Yeah. No, didn't you see the viscera everywhere? Oh, you didn't. It was that violent an explosion. This is like one of those Mythbuster explosions where they can't even find the gel dummy. It's just like, holy shit. It's a pretty cool game. The last time they made one was the PS3.
Yeah, it was on
4's
PC as well for 4, but
It's true, but that's still
yeah, that was the PS3 era. They never
Yep.
even ported it to 4. They did make a PS4 game with the name Way of the Samurai. That was a weird roguelike that was just bad.
What's its name? Way of the Samurai, really?
Yeah, it was like Way of the Samurai, some subtitle, or maybe
Yeah,
subtitle and
okay.
then Way of the Samurai.
Yeah, I can't remember what the name of that was.
Yeah, it's pretty disappointing. I wish that they would at least port these up. Like, they ported up Kamiwaza, Way of the Ninja, Way of the Thief, which is a much less built out game than this, which saying a lot because Way of the Samurai is already as bare bones as you can kind of get. When you go lower than that's like there is no meat, and that's where Kamiwaza shows up.
Yeah, Kamiwaza is $40 on Steam. That seems like
Yeah, and it's on PS4, and I don't know how much is on there, but probably also $40.
I'm still trying to imagine this is thinner than Way of the Samurai 1.
Imagine there's only one like plot line.
That's crazy.
Like
to
there isn't a
imagine.
second faction to go talk to. There isn't a third faction to go
You're
talk
trapped in the middle of one faction.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It makes
You play a pivotal role in the middle of this complete lack of conflict because there's only one clan.
yes.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
But yeah, I can't believe they did that and didn't do any of the games that they were actually known for, like Shinobi Do and Way of Samurai, because at least Shinobi Do has the pretext of, oh, it's like Tenshu, and we actually released this with a full dub in Europe, so maybe somebody knows.
I'm surprised how much this Kamiwaza game looks like PS2 Acquire modeling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even though it's brand new.
No, it isn't. It was also made on PS2.
No. I'm saying even though this remake is brand new.
Yeah, but it's not a remake. It's
At all?
It's just a port. Yeah.
Okay, so these aren't new models?
No,
or
these aren't new
anything?
models at all.
At all.
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
No new textures. Nothing.
I was gonna say this looks a little too nice for PS2. Having just come
It
from
probably just ran really bad.
Yeah, that sounds like them.
Because this would be around the same time they were doing Shinobi Do, which runs insanely bad.
Weird that they did Way of the Thief, Way of the Samurai, and Way of the Shinobi Do. And we got one of them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I don't get it.
They're like, Americans don't like Shinobi.
Yeah. No, of course not. But on the Vita, they'll love it. It's like, nobody loves anything on the Vita. I'm sorry.
I like that game on the Vita. It was very funny. I was like, I'm going to play them against each other. And they're like, hey, go to that alley you went to 10 minutes ago and kill someone else for me. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, thank you. And then the other Shogun, it's like, hey, why did you do that? Anyways, go to that same alley again and kill someone for me. And I'm like, ha, I'm brilliant.
The game sure did not have much content.
No, it didn't. See, you know how we just described Way of the Samurai as having the word choice being very, very generous. 6 zones, I would say this 5?
Shinobi Do?
Yeah, Shinobi Do 2.
Every time I think of it, it's 3 at most.
I think
They're
there are
bigger
2
zones,
others.
but
I think there's one that isn't in a distinct ownership of any of the 3, like a country road.
okay.
And then there's an interior of one of them that's like the upper half, which is so weird when you get a level for that, because it just teleports you past the gate and everything else. And I'm like, and then I just was there, baby. Man, that back touch really did prevent that from coming to fucking anything else.
What they even use it for? I can't remember.
They over encumbered the fucking control scheme to be really fucking weird in general. So the touchscreen was necessary, and I think the back touch also did a separate thing.
I thought that those were all duplicate actions, but I can't remember.
They really wanted to stack as many buttons as they could on it because you don't have an L2 and an R2.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember. Can you click in the sticks on the Vita?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, they just kept stacking shit on.
Mm-hmm.
They just kept stacking shit on. The Vita story. Anyway, Bob,
I like Way of Samurai a lot. It's really cool. I'm always really motivated to try all the different weapons you get in that, because every character has a different sword. A lot of them have their own styles. Like every designed character has their specialized sword that looks cool and has its own combo list. And you're motivated to use them individually because they each, like, the more you use them, the more techniques they unlock. So just from the angle of an action game, even though it's not a great feeling action game, I like seeing all the different moves you can get. And that's kind of what drew me to Rise of the Ronin. It has that for a good chunk of it, and then that even drops out because that game ain't done. But yeah, I think Ray Samurai is really cool.
it's real high.
And it's fun to use one sword enough so you get the move where you just... It makes every other move invalid because the new move does an insane amount of damage. It's like, yeah, it's the one where you like run through them like an anime dash. And can easily break your sword if you hit more than 2 guys at once.
Oh, that's a power move.
Someone in chat right now, Bluepoint are actually remaking Uncharted Golden Abyss. Trust the plan. Sure. Better than a God of War live service game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd love a cool way to play that.
Personally, I'd rather them do God, can you imagine like God of War Ragnarok style remakes of the PSP games?
That would be cool.
That would be really cool, yeah.
That'd be neat. Literally. anything would have been better.
Yeah, and that sort of thing could keep the God of War like IP alive while because it goes into incubation to do whatever the next full thing is.
They're supposed to be remaking 1 and 2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But this would have been cooler than that, just to be clear.
Yeah, you need to like redesign everything about 1 to make it a game worth playing.
you get the Chains of Olympus. I think it's that one. It might have been the Ghost of Sparta thing where it's like quick time event to push away your daughter in hell.
Yeah, I believe that was Chains of Olympus.
So fucking good.
She wasn't in hell though. That was
Elysium. She was in heaven.
Yeah, she was in heaven, but it was so sad.
It was very hilariously sad.
God, it's so
sad.
fucking funny.
So if they're remaking 1 and 2, what do you think the odds are you get like the Apollo axe or some shit? 'Cause they're like, we spent years making this axe throw work. We're not throwing it away.
That would be hilarious.
Oh my God. People
God,
who are new to this
I
are just
won't
like,
be
wow, that's when he
excited
got
for
the
whatever
axe.
they do to the story, but I will be happy to play it.
Interesting thing about Way of the Samurai is that like your defense and health are also tied to your weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And that if you increase the sharpness of your weapon at the blacksmith, who's insanely buff, there's a chance it makes your defense worse. And these aren't flat points either. They're percentage points. So we made that weird double sword.
Yeah, they called it Naginata, but was not.
It was not that. We made that, what was it, 49 plus attack?
It was 50 plus attack.
It was 50 plus attack, and they're like, that's the peak.
It was the way that system works is each sword has a number of times you can improve it.
Oh.
So I ran out of time to improve it. So if we found a better sword base level, we could make it stronger.
I see.
And this is a roguelike. If you die, you die. All your swords are gone too.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that they don't checkpoint you at any point. You don't get to save except for to put it down. You do the whole run. And then you start a new run. And if whatever you make it out with, you get to keep. And at the very end of that stream, Bob is really close to dying. And it is very anxiety inducing. Anyway. Anything else before we move on?
No, I think I'm good.
You don't want to mention the soundtrack?
Oh yeah, the soundtrack's really good. It's made by the same person who did the soundtrack for Tenchu and Kenshin. So it's literally just like, that in my mind, that's what that era sounds like. And I'm upset that we don't still do that. Assassin's Creed Shadows should have a soundtrack by him.
See, the funny thing is every time you've said that sentence, because you said it on stream too, of like, that era sounds like that, I'm like, now does he mean early PS2 or that time in history? Because they all are lined up like that, right?
Like, technically they are slightly different eras in Japanese history.
Oh, okay.
But I still am putting it, I'm using it for describe that because some of those games are actually during the Sengoku War, like the Warring State period, and some of those are afterwards, more
in
during the
Meiji
era.
Yeah.
But it's like that sort of timelines run together in my minds, and that's a sound I really like.
Yeah.
Like a mix of old traditional Japanese instruments and modern guitars and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So you want dubstep?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, if you make some pimpin' fucking dubstep with a Shamisen in it,
right? I'll listen.
Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Mm-hmm.
That would be pretty good. Bob, we ready to talk about how we're shills and no one can trust us on anything we're about to say about this video game?
Yeah, of course.
We have been playing Monster Hunter Wilds.
Game code provided by
Capcom. Thank you, Capcom, for the code. I do not take it for granted. I've been playing on a PS5 Pro, so you doubly can't trust anything I say. Bob has been playing on PS5 and Normal, so you can trust his words will be gooey. Yo, you know, there are moments where after riding the horse, or the bird in this case, for a really long time, there's a monster, and I kill it. And this is maybe 5 minutes?
Maybe 7.
7?
5 to 7. Something like that.
Those are really fun. But everything around that is me sitting on a ride waiting for it to autopilot me to the monster slowly because I have allies with me a lot of the time and they don't want me to go too fast. And then there's walk and talk and there's segments where it's like aim the camera at these different parts and hit X to have your characters talk about, wow, look at this thing the artist put in. It looks so cool. Wow, look at this other thing. Isn't that so beautiful? And you just stop to do that. Over and over and over and over and over. That's the better times with the walk and talk. The worst times with the walk and talk is you're on foot and there are like 5 people in your party. And keep in mind, these are all NPCs. These are not your online friends. And they are just saying a bunch of stuff about the environment. They're describing all this lore stuff. And you won't be running. But if you just hold forward to walk towards where you're heading, you will go too fast. They will stop your character. They will spin it a 180 manually and make you start walking back to them.
Oh, that's unfucking accept. Just take it out of my hands and have it go automatically if you're going to do that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, no,
You're going to be so
Uh,
fucking finicky.
That is why you have been hearing so many people talk about this is the walk and talk infused Monster Hunter no one asked for.
Yeah, there's even
That's why
moments
you're hearing that online.
where you need to find something in the environment. It's like, dude, I walked out of the room. I didn't care. I was waiting for you to wrap it up. What
Yeah.
do you mean you decided I need to click on something in the environment and look for it?
Yeah, no, I haven't done that yet, but God doesn't test me. It's weird. It's weird because this is also the sort of game that normally does this is a game that's supposed to be an immaculate super game and you've never seen anything that looks so good. And you can tell this game is using some cutting edge tech to make what is possibly the most uneven looking game of all time. As someone's model will look immaculate and insane, and then everything else they're standing next to looks like a PS3 is dying rendering it.
And then
Because
a lot of
it's melty and it has insanely low res textures.
and some of the textures on the characters who look insanely well rendered look like PS2 textures.
Yeah,
They look like you'd see them at home and wave this hammer around.
Yeah, some of them are really weird where it's like they'll have a complex suit that has like a blue thing underneath and a leather strap that goes over. And the blue thing underneath will have this texture that's insanely high res. And then the leather will be the lowest res thing you've seen in decades. Yeah. It's crazy that we ended up here. I have been playing a lot on fidelity mode just to see the game as it was intended, not at an ideal frame rate. I want to know on the PS5 Pro what the most idealized version of this game looks like. And still there are issues.
Yeah,
If
it
I
still looks gooey in a lot of areas.
I mean, that, honestly, it's not as bad. But it's when you stop moving in an interior environment and the lighting breaks. So you see these sparkles appear all over people's skin and pots and terrain because you stopped moving and the denoising isn't working right. Like, I don't get it. I just don't get why we invented technology to make a game that doesn't run on the most recent console, on the most recent high-end pro console in a way that feasibly looks nice. Now, however, in performance mode, the 60 frames per second mode, it does go over 60 frames per second on the Pro, and it does look remarkably sharper than the PS5 normal. There's, in a lot of cases with the PS5 normal, it gets so low res at an internal resolution that the whole thing's like gooey and melty, and that's the best way to describe it. I believe Digital Foundries used the phrasing before, it's boiling, which is, it makes sense. It's like if you imagine the image of the thing you're looking at is the surface of water, and it just warps in a certain way. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, it warps and you see a bunch of like literal pixelated noise over it.
Man,
Everywhere.
that's so great for a game that even in perfect circumstances wouldn't look as good as Shadow of the Colossus on PS4.
But the lighting's ray tracing, so it's all worth it.
Fucking who cares? I hope all these ray tracing motherfuckers go.
I need to show. Go ahead. I'm gonna pull up an image comparing one of the weirdest parts of what I'm looking at versus what Bob's looking at. Bob, go ahead and say your thing first, though, while I go get
It makes no sense because the entire story, the time of day is locked. So that means 17 hours of game is, no, you will go here at exactly this time. There will be no changing in
What's the
environment.
fucking point then?
Yeah, so like why
is it ray
tracing?
traced?
You could just have the mission you start at day and the mission start at night. Like if you want for future use, like it doesn't make any sense.
I don't know either. And the thing I always hear from like ray tracing proponents is that it would make the asset generation easy. And it's like, no, there's no world in which this game was cheap.
No,
like literally
like
none.
absolutely not. This has to be one of the most expensive games, if not
Of
the
all
most
time.
they've ever done.
Of Capcom, yes, I would agree.
Like the only thing that could compete is probably Resident Evil 6.
Oh,
Dragon's Dogma 2 is probably up there.
oh yeah, that probably actually takes it.
That doesn't have any cutscenes though, so it's like I don't
That's
feel like it's
something.
close.
Okay, so I'm playing fidelity mode. This is what I'm looking at. Now, what this man is breaking is rocks from inside a mountain. It's an ore. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in on that a little bit to help people on the other side of the internet. That's how it looks on the Pro machine in fidelity mode. Oh yeah, I wish I got the picture of Benny's face. It's real good. Toach did a great job with it. Anyway, on the performance mode for Bob's PS5 normal, they glow like cantaloupes. Like they just literally, they have like a pale look to them.
I thought they were heads of cabbage.
Yeah, he thought they were cabbage from a distance, and I was like, dude, that's not how it looks over here. Over here, it fucking looks correct. Over there, I don't know. I don't know why. How do I put this? I don't understand why the game was at all like, and there are a million different things I could show you that were like the differences between the versions.
Yeah, no,
they
it's endless.
crank up the ray trace global illumination on the fidelity mode and whatnot. It's why did we make tools to make a game that seems like it was completely unintended to run on a vanilla PS5?
I don't know.
All I think about playing this game is, man, this is gonna really hit on the PS6. So it kind of wombo combos that with, I hear people telling me the game doesn't let me play the game like normal until 17 hours in, parentheses, you basically beat the game. And that there's not much to do after that, but you get to do it without the game getting in your way with the walk and talks and everything else.
Yeah, which we haven't even been over all the way. The game will get in your way of playing the game.
Yeah, we just talked about what the story structure was, but it really gets like in your way. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, it takes 20 hours to get good, allegedly. It doesn't run acceptably, in my opinion, visually on a base PS5.
No.
This is the most I've ever felt like, why did I pay $70 today for a game that's nowhere near done? Because we have free content updates that are already announced.
Yeah, of course.
Like, even if, like, I'll probably play this before the end of the year, I bet even 6 months from now, like, it will perform better.
And it'll have way more content and probably, I'm guessing, based on the online reaction, some way to curb what we're about to describe as the user experience for the beginning. Because someone even said during our stream of Way of the Samurai, they were like, oh, I'll just skip through the main story or something. And we're like, you don't get to.
Yeah, there's no way to go faster.
Like, just it is a general rule for life, listeners. Don't buy a AAA game that comes out in late February or March. Like, it's not fucking done. They're getting it out for their fiscals. It is not finished. Never, ever, ever is it finished. Wait even 3 months. Can anybody think of a counterexample? Like, big AAA game came out in
Resident
February
Evil
or
4
March,
remake.
totally cooked.
I'm trying to think of Resident Evil 4
Wasn't that
remake. Was
April?
March.
Yeah.
And that was literally last week of March, so that was the most get it out before the end of the fiscal year humanly possible. But that's the only
true,
one that's popping to mind.
Yeah, and then
Also, that was also on PS4, so it had a buff of also being on PS4, so they had to behave.
They had to be.
I mean, I'm starting
it's
when I
true.
see a game that has a PS4 version or Switch version now, I start clapping because it's like, okay, it won't be a fucking mess because it can't be.
It's
Yeah.
funny. I'm seeing people post Breath of the Wild as though they don't realize the context of the Switch launched in March.
right? Like that's a different thing entirely.
Yeah, can people
Also,
fucking
it's
think
a
before they
Nintendo
try
game.
to
It's not
counter me?
AAA the same way.
No, in
This
fact,
is
Nintendo
like
has-
when I asked, has any game switched from being menu driven to action focused, and that led to higher sales? Somebody said Resident Evil 4. And I'm like, yeah, notorious menu-driven game, the old Resident... Do you understand that the old Resident Evils and Resident Evil 4 are both still action games?
Maybe.
Like, do you understand that?
Maybe they were thinking the Game Boy Color one. And maybe they thought the action abstractions were so abstract that it was a menu. Yeah, no.
I'm very excited to play Assassin's Creed Shadows when it launches.
Oh, God.
This month. Nothing's gonna go wrong, all right?
So, two again before we get into more. I want to restate this because, and I hate to condescend, but I am learning increasingly. You need me to give you cliff notes multiple times in the middle of me talking about a thing. Otherwise, y'all walk away with some insane abstraction of what you think I said. I am enjoying the game. The walk and talk is too much. The game should look better on the hardware it's on, but it is a great time when it lets me play it. Hey, Bob, let's talk about when it lets us play it.
Sure.
So, again, these story quests are you are in town, you talk to the person, then they're like, let's go to the place and do the thing. So you get on your horse bird and you go and you keep going and you keep going and you keep going and you finally make it to the monster. Now, Bob and I are on two separate machines. Bob's like, boy, I would sure love to hunt this monster with Dan. So what Bob does is he runs in the opposite direction of the monster immediately and starts mashing join Dan, join Dan, join Dan, join Dan. So that way he can jump into the quest with me, beat the monster up, and then get evicted out of my world to go back to his cutscene.
If I get attacked by the monster while I'm trying to join, which I cannot move during, it has a network problem and it can't join me.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's,
it's incorrect.
That's like the game isn't finished.
It
certainly is.
It feels like they made this really good structure to do the thing. And then they said, yeah, but we want our game to be like sightseeing and walk and talk. And we don't know how to make that work with more than one player.
Which is insane because your character isn't a character.
After World, how do you do this? After everybody's biggest complaint about World is, why won't you make the multiplayer correct? Would they do this again?
I don't know. I have no idea. This is, by the way, my first Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
The gameplay loop, great. But my God.
Yeah. It is bizarre.
So Dan, when Monster Hunter Rise goes on sale, do you want to get it and play it?
I might. I'm having a good time here, but again, I'm hearing these rumblings that there's not much to do after you get to the good part. Even
What I've heard is
real quick. On launch day, somebody was like, they've made a framework for what could be the best Monster Hunter multiplayer experience if they continue to support it with free updates for months to come, for a year to come. And I went, oh my God, what? That just signs to me that there's no meat on this bone. That's really concerning. And then I've heard rumblings similarly. Anyways, what have you heard?
I've heard people like, these are the people said who spend like 200-300 hours in it.
Yeah.
Saying like they're done after 40 or 50.
See?
So maybe that's enough for you. Like maybe you'll be full after that.
If I spent 20 of the 40 or 50 doing walk and talks to get to just 20, I'm gonna.
It's also another thing we've run into. We're now at a point in the story where we're in a town that does not have a blacksmith. That means we need to progress the story if we want to actually make any of this stuff we're getting material for.
Yeah, because we went and did an optional quest where we would fight a monster to get the materials that Bob needed for the sword, but then it turns out at this exact point in the story we're at, there is no blacksmith, so fuck you right back to the old town again. I don't know why they made this. I find this to be this exact thing that people are telling me is not really a thing so much. Is like the worst part of this. And is there some feedback to tell them that this is what people want out of a video game? I don't know. I don't get it. I think the gameplay is really neat. I think it's awesome. I bet it'll look great on a PS6.
Great.
It might look great on my PC, but we got a code. I'm not risking that code on it working fine on my PC. I run Windows 11. Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing people in chat saying Rise will genuinely fix every issue Dan is having. I wish that this wasn't his first Monster Hunter. Or I wish that was his first Monster Hunter.
That's what I heard from a lot of people is that Rise is like more arcadey and it just fucking puts you in it. Like,
yeah,
go.
That sounds cool. That's cool.
Yeah, from when I played, it was that, and I was like, I wish there was a little bit more story to like get me along with this, but not what this is.
Oh yeah,
this is horrible.
It's like the worst way to tell a story.
Yeah.
Again, you need to understand what it's doing has a place and there's a point to it, but your game has to look insanely good. Yeah, I think that's like it has to. Having your characters look at a thing and go, wow, look at that, doesn't land if what the viewer is seeing is melty garbage. Which on a lot of modes it is. Not all of them. Some things don't melt because they're distant rock structures.
Yeah, and I
that
wonder
you look at and go, dope. And I'm like, yeah, that is dope. You're right.
I do wonder if they'll be able to increase image quality going forward, because like with Dragon's Dogma, I don't think the game looks that much better. They just got it running better.
Like on the higher fidelity modes or updates?
Like true updates on Dragon's Dogma 2.
On Dragon's Dogma 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
I don't actually know.
I don't think it actually ever looked better. It was just...
No.
Yeah, it's...
No, and like another problem with that is the pro version has those mild problems, which... like in the grand scheme of things, I'd much rather play like that because you saw it on the stream,
right?
You saw me being harangued by ghosts in the grass versus what it looks like on the pro, and yeah, I don't know, because again, like, yeah, I don't know. Either way, I don't think the compelling part of any video game possibly ever has been the walk and talk.
No.
And so hearing from everyone that that's unique to this one is a very bizarre move.
Yeah, even World didn't have that. I don't get it. Like that feels like even old and outdated now. Like no other games are going this heavy on walk and talks.
Yeah, even 7 Rebirth, which was a sequel to one of the most 7th gen-ish walk and talky tropey games, 7 Remake, doesn't really do that.
Yeah, it has that a little bit. Nowhere near as much as this.
Yeah, it uses it sparingly by choice in specific areas. A lot in the intro.
Yeah, weirdly enough,
a lot of the intro. But man, I wish that intro was this short, right? Like, you know?
Yeah.
Like I wish Monster Hunter was like 5 condensed hours of that and then I was good. That'd be cool. Anyway, yeah, no, I find the combat really, really good. Like doing huge offset hits against monsters and then they get fucking wrecked. And because of my outfit I've got going on, my set bonus, I get incredibly fucking strong. And then I hit like a fucking monster truck. It's awesome.
That's the magic. What's your weapon?
Magic. Unga bunga big sword.
Always a respectable choice.
It is. I've seen the covers of Monster Hunters. I think that's the sword.
That does seem to be the one they want you to use.
I keep sitting there thinking we have to play the PS2 game. I need to see it now that I've played this. That'd be so funny. There are parts when Bob's in it, like there's an interior environment that's like oil or water. I can't remember which one it was. Bob's machine, the PS5 normal. You know, the $500 console or whatever it is now. I think it might be $20 cheaper or something.
No.
Looks lower resolution than the PS2 games we've been streaming recently.
It does.
And I'm fucking blown away.
Again,
I'm like, how?
Every company has learned 720p looks better than what you're doing. Just do 720p. It has to be a clean resolution. You cannot... 540p would even look better. Just straight. Like upscaling like this, hideous. Unacceptable.
I think it's funny shit, the notion of just like, turn it off, turn it all off. Yes. This looks wrong and broken, but I'll take it. Because the secret is they can't turn it off. If they designed their engine to work with stochastic rendering, there's no way to just toggle that. But who knows? I don't know what the DLAA features are on PC. Chances are, if it supports DLAA, it does have normal fixed pixel rendering. So, anyway, I hope by the end of this experience I have a great time. As of right now, most of my feelings are, man, the actual combat's great. I am doing that so little of me playing this.
Mm-hmm.
So little of me playing this. Oh my God. Bob, what did you want to say about like enjoying question mark thoughts?
I mean, I like the combat is fun, and I'm enjoying the like. This is the first time I've actually got invested in trying to figure out how to use a longsword, which is the big katana. Yeah, I'm having fun with it, but oh man, it's so hard to get past what it wants.
What is your prior Monster Hunter experience?
I beat World, and I played a lot of 4. The 3DS version. I don't know if there's another version, but I think it's 4 Ultimate. And that's kind of it. Like then I played the first couple missions of Rise, which I'm trying to remember how I did that. If it was free or if I bought a super cheap PS4 version or something.
You didn't play it on PC?
No.
Okay. As one might expect, your 1080 Ti would have torn that thing in fucking half like Superman with his phone book.
Yeah, the ran fine because I was playing it on the PS5. I remember that, but
right, of course. Like it's a fucking Switch game.
Yeah, it's a Switch game.
So my amusement here has been we're playing this game that looks like it's like, what? You don't own a PS6? And I'm like, dude, it is 2025. What do you mean you don't own a PS6? Do you know when you are? And chances are, not positive, but chances are the next Monhun will probably be oriented in the general direction of the Switch 2.
Right, of course.
Now, I don't expect them to port this to the Switch 2 because I'm trying to imagine it running on that and I can't.
Mm-hmm.
But that just makes me feel weird that this is our, like, part of me is like, is this Monster Hunter the GTA 5 of Monster Hunter? This is the only Monster Hunter we're going to get on console forever.
Yeah, they might just
they'll do a Switch 2 one.
Well, yeah. But I mean, aside from that, like the other consoles,
like on the high end console, yeah, it's going to be 8 years again, 9 years, like it was between this and World.
I'm sure they'll do the thing with with World of the DLC pack. Or actually,
they'll do like an expansion pack.
Yeah, like Iceborne something.
Icebreak. It was I think Iceborne.
Yeah,
was,
Iceborne. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Sunbreak is the Rise one.
Worth noting, GTA took 12 years in between games. If they ship by the end of this year.
Right. The only other thing that this thing makes me think is, please, for the love of God, let the next Resident Evil and Onimusha be much smaller scale. This engine cannot do open world. It just can't.
Yeah, I'm really scared that they're gonna be stupid and make those too big.
Yeah.
I think Onimusha might be smaller. I'm most afraid about Resident Evil, but at the same time, both Capcom seems to understand that, hey, combat encounters are best when they're designed because you're coming from one direction.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's when
you can't really regulate for in an open world.
Well, that's when you do the God of War. It's like this weird micro level path you've
That would be
designed
fine. That's
through.
not a fucking open world. Series of hallways.
I know that, but that's the way they describe those games too.
Oh. Yeah, I get why you say that, but that would avoid the problem we're talking about. It's like, can't do an open world because it would make it a line.
Yeah, one of the weirdest things about this game performance-wise, and you hit this almost immediately when you boot this game, is that area in the Oasis. Where it's just like, hey, figure out what weapon you want, and you turn the camera and it eats shit on literally all hardware ever.
Yeah, and that's literally the first thing you spawn into in the game.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
The moment it stops doing crazy set pieces and stuff, that's where you are. And I'm like, why is it like this? And honestly, we played a lot of the game since, and it doesn't eat shit that hard very often.
No.
So what did you do, Capcom? That Oasis is barely anything. It's this big.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no. I'm really enjoying it outside of those moments, and I hear those moments will end a measly 17 hours in, so I look forward to it. And again, just to make sure.
Game code provided by
Capcom. So you can't trust anything we said,
Even though most of it was pretty scathing.
even though most of it was us talking about, yeah, Monster Hunter is great. I did want to note one last thing before we move on.
Okay.
Man, it sure is interesting that Monster Hunter came out on the PS2. It came out in the States. It came out worldwide, as far as I know. Did not do amazingly. Retreated to the portables as a franchise. Thrived there. Evolved there. And after 15 years or something, finally comes out with World. Absolutely massive gangbuster. Absolutely massive. And that path is no longer viable for anything ever because portables aren't a fucking thing. The Switch 2 is the only thing that's portable. And
unless what reality gets real fucking quirky and it's like, significant global unrests means you're now playing most games on a handheld with the power of a PS 2.5.
we would literally have to find a way to make cell phones the dominant gaming platform and then custom tailor graphic fidelity for them. And then the game industry, as we know it on the console side, wholesale comes over and it's like, yeah, that's a normal video game, but it's on your phone. Please buy it.
Yeah, it's like that doesn't work. That's impossible.
Nope.
Well, the things can happen when the entire industry fucking collapses in a global depression.
Nothing will get someone to pay $40 for a game on your phone.
That's true. But maybe 20.
Probably not. Anyone outside
Maybe
of me,
20
I
after a long 30-year-long cultural war.
Yeah, I mean, like even if the culture shifts and that becomes viable, I would much prefer having a distinct bespoke device that is not my phone
Same.
to play games on.
Most people
Like,
would, yes.
I do not want to play a video game on the thing that I need to call 911 with.
Mm-hmm.
Like I will run the battery on that thing out playing a video game. I don't want to have to make that choice.
Yeah, and that's most people. Most people don't want to mix those functions of device, even outside of the battery concern, merely for the spiritual concern, merely for the it is not a device designed for this concern. That is just how people are.
Yeah, they probably don't want to see their Facebook notifications and other things while playing. They
Right.
don't. It'd be nice to have
Yeah.
not use a touchscreen.
So, I think it's a little sad that we don't have that lower end industry because as Sony's looking to make a portable and Xbox is allegedly looking to make a portable,
We don't even need to say that.
I think it's worth reminding people they're alleging that. That's the news. It is worth noting that path no longer exists and that Monster Hunter is Capcom's largest IP, I believe.
Yeah, this
It's
was the biggest
that-
selling game ever for them, I think.
It sold 8 million in like 3 days.
Yeah, a lot of that is because it's like the first one that Chinese consumers have at launch. Like there were
really?
even reports that like PS5 sales spiked through the fucking ceiling in China when this game came out.
That makes sense.
Which led me to an interesting thought. PS5 sales are pretty much 1-to-1 with PS4 sales.
Mm-hmm.
The PS4 didn't sell diddly dick in China, so that means in every other region they're behind.
Yeah,
That's true.
because this isn't even the first big spike in China. Like Black Myth Wukong came.
Yeah,
out.
Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah. No, it's obvious that it's obvious that a couple of things. It's really not feasible to make a PC that's going to play Monster Hunter at 60 frames per second for any reasonable amount of money.
Mhm.
So at the end of the day, a $500 console is a pretty accessible solution. Two, software that is compelling is why people buy your fucking box.
No, Xbox sold me that wasn't true, and I'll never buy one of theirs again.
Wait, aren't you the guy who has years of podcasts saying that Game Pass is going to make Xbox win the console war? Oh, he's gone. Where did he go? Damn, is this what happens when you bring up the track record to people?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Yeah, yeah, 2/3 of Monster Hunter World lifetime sales in 3 days is shocking by chat's expectations, as they're saying over here. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, that's what
insane
happens.
sales.
Like that's what happens when literally tens of millions of new consumers are added to your prospective buyers.
Yep. So
The only upside is that at least Japanese companies tend to be like, yeah, everybody hates this. Even though we sold well, we better fix it. Like, even Nintendo clearly took people being like, why are these fucking Pokemon games so wildly undone? To some degree of consideration.
I believe so. We will see whether or not we're both correct when that new one ships. I hope we're right. I really do.
I mean, we literally got like leaks saying, yes, internally they're like, we better get on this because eventually people will leave. Meanwhile, a Western company would be like, it's sold. And then the next one would come out and bomb, and they'd be like, why?
We cannot figure this out.
I don't understand. I hit my wife yesterday and she's gone now. Who stole my wife? Damn. Yeah.
Can this be the plot of our 7th Gen throwback game?
Somebody's gonna pay for stealing my wife.
Is this a gritty shooter or a David Cage like?
What if it's a David Cage like that's also a shitty feeling gritty shooter?
Ooh. Oh. I can't wait to eschew decades of development of heuristics and ergonomics to try and figure out a bad way to program a shooter onto a controller.
You hold R2 to ready your gun for shooting and then mash triangle to shoot.
Each face button associates to a different finger.
Ooh.
You have to like full palm hold it.
Yeah.
No, like you're a hard-boiled detective, so you have a snub-nosed 32, and I have delicately mapped all of the functions of a revolver onto 2 of the buttons and the right thumbstick.
Okay, do you spin the right thumbstick to like spin the chamber?
Oh no, that's all motion controls.
Oh god!
You've got to run your thumb along the trackpad while you flick the controller in the opposite direction.
Oh, this is awesome. This is fantastic. We would love to put our game in VR, but that would ruin the challenge of the controls. Then you might have too much of an ability to grab a specific part and do any specific thing. Anyway, hey Bob.
Hey, what's up?
You and I, we both did Steam Next Fest stuff.
We did.
So in fairness, we should go to the others two first. Hey, Aggro, what you been playing?
Mostly just a little bit more Arcanage, which I am proud of myself every time I call it that and not Arkenstone. It continues to be a super neat PS2-esque find all the stuff in the area, kill the enemies game. The interesting weapon mod combinations continue to pile up to the point where I am hesitant to mention most of them because my weapons all do completely different stuff than they used to when this game started, and it's kind of nuts. Keep digging into the I am the savior of this weird alien race who are not good at fighting. They are not built for fighting, but they keep charging at enemy NPCs at the start of boss fights. It doesn't go well for them.
Is there a penalty for not being able to save them?
Oh no! Like the boss tosses him aside, and the next time you see him, he's in a really fancy wheelchair.
Oh,
yeah. One interesting, okay, so this game's combat is not bad,
But
it is limited in what it can do for a boss.
okay.
So the boss, like the first boss you fight is this huge guy with a Gatling gun, and he walks toward you while shooting. If he gets close to you, he does a ground pound and that kind of thing. So the optimal strategy is to just stand on the other side of one of like the trees or the obstacles in the arena, lean your big gun around it with your hand because it's VR and you can do that kind of shit, and shoot at him.
Yeah.
They figured out that that's clearly what their players are going to do. So whenever he gets close to one of those objects, spiky mushrooms grow out of it and start blinking and then blow up if you're near it for too long.
That's a little rude.
It's just a little bit. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I recognize that you recognized the problem and solved it. And that this was a lot easier than just retooling all of your combat to make your boss fight work.
It's really clever. It's really clever. It makes sense that nature would hate you as much as the game devs when you try to cheese their encounter.
I think I'm pretty much before the last like section of the game, so I'm going back through to all of the areas and finding all the collectibles and getting all the stuff and I've gone back to the area where you do the spawn the waves of enemies and defeat them all to get rewards thing, just cleaning it out. This game continues to be really freaking cool. I think I made a Blue Sky post about it. It doesn't do any one thing better than another VR game I've played, but it does all of those things competently, and the whole game is therefore a really, really cool thing.
Yeah, it sounds it. So are you looking forward to our spoiler cast? How many views do you think we're going to get?
I think we're going to get both of them.
Yes. God, that's awesome.
From yourselves checking the audio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll call my mom, be like, Mom, have you watched the Arcade Age video? And she'll be like, yeah. I totally. Oh, one thing I want to say. This game does have a jump button. So it's on that short list of VR games with a jump button.
Mm-hmm.
If I hit the jump button and can then no longer control my direction in the air at all,
Mm-hmm.
maybe just not with the jump button.
No.
Maybe don't.
No, I'm sorry. That's,
Because if I'm standing next to a boulder with a ledge a jumpable distance up, and I hit the jump button, and then just push the stick forward and nothing happens, and I jump up the side of the boulder and then back down, that doesn't feel good. I don't want to have to walk away from the boulder and then walk at the boulder and hit the jump button. Just give me a little, just a little fucking bit.
Look, Aggro, I'm just saying maybe it's a you problem. You should go spend 360 hours in VR chat and then come back and then see if that maybe it's fine. No, actually, it's not relevant in the news this week. But after much thought, I started to consider that maybe the Valve Deckard, the VR headset that is leaked to be $1,200, maybe the critical feature there is two things. One, it'll work if it works. And two, you don't have to deal with the nightmare that is the PC market space with these GPUs. They're unattainable. All these other things. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all they need. I don't know.
Is Deckard the name of the guy from Blade Runner?
Yes, but it's also the name of Deckard Cain from Diablo. Stay a while and listen. Spaceman Spiff is like, I'm going to sit out the Deckard. It's too expensive. I'll wait for the headset they call Wirt. And I was like, this is a good joke. This is good. That's a peg leg kid from Diablo. So it's like, what is Valve's budget headset look like? Because I don't think they can make that. I don't think they can make a budget anything. So, Bob.
Yeah.
You're going to join us for the spoiler cast, right?
No.
What? Why not? What?
I don't
Why
have a
you racist
PSVR
against-
2.
I could just give you mine.
Oh my god.
It's on PC. How about this? I'll lend you my Quest 2.
Oh.
And then you can play. Oh, that would be so good. It's even $10 cheaper on PC, Bob.
Oh wow.
So you can play on your PC on the Quest 2, and you can join us and tell us how that was.
I'll be like, yo, the game I played wasn't at all like you guys described. It was just bad.
Chat, what do you think? Do you think Bob should have to play? I think this one idea of me and Aggro play on the PSVR 2 on PS5 and then you have to play on the Quest 2 on your PC probably is more compelling than any other aspect of this idea for a spoiler cast. I was like, yeah, this is horrible. Anyway, did you have anything else you wanted to say about Arcade Age, Aggro?
Nope.
Did you play anything else?
I did play a couple of demos from Next Fest.
Oh, you can't talk about that. That's illegal. Hey, Chris, what have you been playing?
I started my birthday donathon, which is going to go longer than the last one, because in the last one, we hit every goal immediately. But this one we have not. I always feel guilty to cut something off, like, you might have given money towards a later one. Like, I will help get us towards this later one. And then I always feel like a diff. I go, no, it is over now.
Mm-hmm.
So it will go a while longer. We just have a little bit left before I have to do Punch Out, and then we'll be into the back half that has the gnarly shit like High on Life and playing my first Call of Duty and Tier Maker.
You know what? Shout out to the comment section. I saw someone who's like, why didn't anyone recommend Chris plays Call of Duty World at War? And Bob and I had a discussion about whether or not we thought you liked that game or you just thought Chris should suffer with it. Please follow up in this week's Big Thing
World
comment
of War
section.
is the one they did immediately after Modern Warfare, right?
Yes, because they were still doing World War II over at Treyarch because the Treyarch was the side studio.
They did a World. Oh, okay. Oh, Treyarch. Because I was like, they did a World War I like 2 years ago. Everybody hated it.
So
Also, all the marketing implied that the main character was the woman, and then it wasn't, and nobody called them on that except you guys, which is fucking strange.
yeah, that game was
That game was weird. I
game
don't
was
know what happened
weird.
there.
It was just a weird game.
But firstly, I played Conquer Live and Reloaded. This is a remake of Conker's Bad Fur Day on the Xbox original that came out in 2005, so nobody played it.
Yeah.
It controls much better. They put random enemies in everywhere.
Weird?
There's just these goblins wearing like barrels that are now everywhere. Like in the original game where you would it would be difficult to walk down this narrow path. They're like, well, it isn't difficult now because the controls are good. So here's 8 enemies on it. They take 6 hits each.
Yeah, it was really, really fucking like. I was there for the part of the stream where you hit the thin, narrow bridge, and then they stacked 5 of those in a row or something, and you're just jumping around them because you're like, good job, asshole.
Yeah.
That's absurd.
Some things that you had to do 3 times, you only have to do once.
Okay.
But not very many. Most you still have to do 3 times.
A weird thing to decide.
Rule of threes.
Yeah, like, yeah, it's just weird that some of them you decide to change and others you didn't. Like, you think that'd be a wide sweeping change instead of like, this one is too much.
They're like, Master Seaver, should we do this 3 times again? And he's like, yes, it is great. Make it so.
And then another thing, he would be like, it sucks. Never mind, cut it.
All the cursing is now censored with bleeps. But you can uncensor it if you beat the game and max out every multiplayer class, which you cannot do anymore because the online is gone. And people keep writing, well, no, there's still a version of it. But if you go into the multiplayer menu on that game, it tells you with a pop-up, online no longer works. So I don't know how you would get that working if somehow that is still actually real. But I went in there and said, it is Xbox Live support has been depreciated for this title.
That's
all
weird.
the
We're still
teddy
paying for it
bears
every week.
All the evil
Bob. That's weird. We're still paying for Xbox Live every week. Why is it not?
Bob, no, you're playing for Game Pass now.
Oh, that's true.
All the evil teddy bears now have Nazi uniforms and kind of look a lot less unique because they were all stitched together. They were like almost like 90s edgy toy for boys type deal, and now they're just like all wearing SS uniforms. So remember when you get turned into Bat Conquer? You have to pick up peasants and drop them in the grinder. In that game, you can press a button to look directly under you because you have to shit on the peasants to knock them out before you can take them to the grinder. In this version, they added a sphincter around the view, so it is now butthole cam. You are literally looking out Conker's butthole when you hold left trigger when you are a bat.
Great. Hilarious.
Another change is sometimes they give you a crosshair for things that didn't have a crosshair before. Like there's this part where Water is filling a large cylindrical room you're in, and you have to progress upward. If the water reaches any of the wires, all of the water becomes electrocuted and will damage you. So you have to get on the context-sensitive B pads and throw knives at these wires. On the original, you didn't have a crosshair, so throwing those knives at the wires was very fucking difficult. Now you have a crosshair, so it is very easy. But other times where you have to aim like that, you still do not have a crosshair.
What?
Weird.
Yeah, it's
That's
fucking
makes sense.
strange. I guess it was easier because I think I beat it faster than you guys. Stuff like the barrel was a lot easier.
See,
We have
that's
to ride
funny.
the barrel.
We were tracking within, I think, what was it, 30 minutes of each other until the part where I had to leave, which was that thin platforming thing, and right as you got to the spooky house. Man, that means they retooled a lot of that military base, huh? Because as you were saying, you throwing the knives at that was that part, right?
Yeah, the military base is just like more like a shooter now because you go into third-person shooter mode when you hold the right trigger or the left trigger.
Yeah, that makes sense. I imagine part of this project started as a multiplayer focus anyways, because the multiplayer is just completely different from what it was before.
Right.
They also, there's that part where you have to escape the military island and there's all the laser traps. They changed it, so instead of doing 2 damage, they now only do 1. And, there's something where they won't chain together as effectively, so you don't get the situation where you brush one and then you instantly die.
Yeah, that was rotten.
They still didn't really fix the part at the end where you have to run across the beach and everybody has a rocket launcher. Also, unbelievably infuriating part of the game, they give you a tank for a little bit. The tank's shells don't have any splash damage. So enemies will pop up wielding those stick grenades. You better hit them dead on, because you can be 1 inch to the left of them. There's an explosion effect. It just doesn't mean anything. But that was hideous. I hated every second of it. Actually, that's not true. I didn't hate every second of it. It was the first half was fine. And then it's like, okay, time to go to the spooky house. Somehow the last 2 levels of this game are as long as the entire rest of it.
Yeah, isn't that fucking weird?
Yeah, I remember some weird thing like that.
I remember from us playing it through on that stream, I was like, wow, I thought a lot more of this game was parodies. And it turns out by volume, it was. Because I said that after we had been playing for multiple hours, and you have yet to just hit the nonstop parodies.
Yeah, because the whole end of the game, like last few things,
4 hours or something is fucking parodies. It's so weird.
They just start doing shot for shot recreations of movie scenes, like in that spooky house they do one from Bram Stoker's Dracula, and in the war scene they do one from Saving Private Ryan, and these last like 15 minutes.
Yeah, and then they do the lobby shootout from The Matrix, literally, and then they do shots from Aliens.
Yeah.
It's crazy how nonstop it gets. It's weird. Anyways,
That's comedy, I hear.
What's Chris Seaver up to? Don't be
I don't think
pussy.
he's done
Make
anything
an
in
Unreal
years.
Engine game. You and David Jaffe.
Make the next game. You can do it.
Oh my god. No.
Was that a step
after that,
too far?
That's a step too far.
After that, we played Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, a game studio game. The full title, I believe, is Tales of Games presents Chef Boyardee's, which is the actual name, the handle of the directors. Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, Chapter 1 of the Hoops Barkley Saga. I believe that is the full title of that game.
Wow.
Still delightful, very funny. 1 or 2 moments where you're like, yeah, this is from 2008.
Yep.
But not that many, not as many as you'd think. It's very funny to try to save the game, because whenever you save the game, the save point will recite an extremely long tirade about how Japanese RPGs are superior to Western games at you. which I believe people are under the impression that those are all real. They are not. They are inspired by a real guy. They are not literally a real guy.
Chris, I just noticed something for the first time in my life about this title screen.
Yeah?
I'm not sure if you noticed this yet. Let me change the scaling, because this is important. Here's the graphic, okay? Barkley shut up and jam Gaiden. And as Chris said, it continues Chapter 1 of the Hoops Barkley Saga, capital S,
yes,
capital
of course.
G!
Yeah, of course I understood that. Of course I caught that. The thing about the reason that Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden is a very good indie RPG is because the developers transparently played a lot of RPGs. Like a lot. You can tell. This might in fact be the entire, like you might be able to do a binary, like good indie RPG, played lots of RPGs, mid to bad indie RPG, played Mario RPG and Earthbound and went, we're done. That was enough. Those two. This game is canon to Deltarune. Because anytime they say the word gun or guns in Deltarune, they put an apostrophe after it. Which is a thing they do in this game because Hoops Barkley's character class is Guns Braster. And it's guns apostrophe Braster.
Okay.
Lots of bizarre jokes that I still find delightful. Like this is the post cyberpocalypse. It's like 2055 or something like that. So Square Enix has now also merged with Goya. so one of the
fucking Hispanic foods company.
Yes, so one of the cyberpunk megacores is Square Enix Goya. There's a lot, like, if you like Undertale and Deltarune, you do need to play this because there's lots of comedy beats that are like 1-to-1 with Toby Fox ones. Like you have to go to the Monster Hunter quest board and pick up a quest to kill a monster. This is the only time in the game you have to do this, by the way. This is not like a side quest mechanic. So when you do it, like the world's shittiest clip art slowly spins onto screen and it's like poorly cut out, so you see like the white pixels around it that just says Monster Hunt accepted, and then I think it explodes.
Yeah, that sounds pretty Undertale / Deltarune, especially Deltarune, not really as Undertale as
Yeah,
Deltarune.
not as Undertale. Also includes maybe my favorite line in any video game ever, which I will just post here. I believe I have it. No, I believe it is in videos. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I took a screenshot of it with my screenshotting app. I do that sometimes.
Did you know by default the snipping tool in Windows 11 just saves all the images you've ever taken to a random folder?
What?
Here it is.
Even if you don't save them, it just saves them.
One of the greatest lines in video game history.
I was dying when I saw that and showed it to Bob and Smith.
I think I quote this line constantly. The line, of course, being, I believe ghosts are like dogs and they just sort of do things arbitrarily.
Which is ironically the opposite of how Ghost Dog acts.
It's very strange.
So yeah, very funny game, like 5.5 hours long. It's free. Go check it out. Understand that it's a product of its time and has one or two parts that maybe didn't age so well, and one or two parts that didn't age badly but are just very 2008, like the entire section of the game that hinges on Wilford Brimley.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's...
Chad, if you don't know that name, it's fine.
You're right, you don't need to worry about it.
It's okay.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Unless
Or
you
the fact
want
that
to
a
be
major
the man now dog, then worry about it. But aside from that, you're good.
Or the fact that a major healing item is the Burger King chicken fry, which I believe debuted around the time this game
Look,
came out.
chicken fries are eternal. Always relevant.
I was loving that one of your things to rid you of status effect was insulin because what was it,
because the poison
is status
yeah,
effect. So
the status effects in this game are glaucoma, diabetes. I forget what the third one is, and the fourth one is Asperger's, but that one does nothing. It has no effect. Very fucking bizarre game overall, but very funny. It's a shame that they got crushed by the our Kickstarter was successful, so now we have to scope creep ourselves into oblivion so nothing ever comes out.
No, they did that too?
Man, that
Yeah,
really
they-
is the
They got
thing.
like $200,000 and then just it never came out.
Wow. My God.
Like they got real bogged down and like we got to make it Borderlands. We're going to have 800,000 guns.
What?
Okay, a lot of the sprites in this are stolen. Do you know what
Almost every single one, yes.
Do you know what the sword dude on your team sprite is from? Because I couldn't identify it, but I felt like I'd seen it.
It looks so soldier. It looks
no,
so Sephiroth
I don't know.
adjacent.
I thought it might be Run Saber, but it is not. Somebody told me in chat where Balthios' sprite is from.
I was loving that he leaps forward to do a special, swings his sword 1,000,000 times, and a fire just slowly builds from top to bottom. And it's like, this is amazing. People are
that
saying it's from
debuffs.
Excalibur, which is a
Okay.
Super Nintendo game.
Yeah, so I played it on the ZSNES, I bet.
Oh, Zisness. We're just
No.
going to pronounce this.
No.
It's happening. Oh, you mean SNES Ninx?
I don't like
Yeah, there's
that.
a lot of the joke is how the guy looks. Like you fight this evil doctor who is charging exorbitant prices for his identity affirming surgeries, and then he's the doctor from Toe Jam and Earl and 2 feet tall. Or one of the characters has to go your party splits up and one of the characters has to undergo a combat trial, and it's like, you must fight the 3 warriors. First, unbelievably shitty looking custom sprite of RoboCop. Second, same thing, unbelievably shitty looking sprite of Master Chief. Third one, massively crushed and deep fried JPEG of Kratos. Kratos just A-posing. The final boss of this game, I believe, inspired the biggest rumor about DMC, the DMC before that game came out. This is a very old rumor. Yeah, it was from 4chan the week that game came out, which is that Virgil would turn into a dinosaur monster with a human head. The final boss of this game is spoilers for Barkley, Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. The villain is Shadow Barkley, who was created from the evil negative energy left behind in the ball from Space Jam. Which is canon to this game, and they bring up multiple times, but no Looney Tunes ever appear in this game.
Well, yeah, they're in the Looney Tunes world. It's not important.
Except for the very end where the Monstars show up. But the final boss is you defeat Shadow Barkley, who has a big, impressive, custom-looking sprite with 1 wing, because of course he does.
Right.
And then he's like, now I will show you my true form, and it is a picture of Charles Barkley, the head cropped off, put on one of the guys from Primal Instinct. With devil horns. Like one of the dinosaurs from Primal Rage. From Primal Rage, I mean.
Oh. Wow.
Incredible. Powerful.
Immaculate game. We hit sounds, so people now have lots of sounds, like me bemoaning that a character is straight. Or Chuck Schumer saying that the people are aroused. And of course, they can celebrate the plan.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's important. National anthem of the GigaBoots Nation.
Then we did Mega Man Legends. That's a really good playthrough of Mega Man Legends. I humiliated the Bonds, I think, in every single fight. That was the first time I ever just ran up to the 3 serve bots in the cars, put down a bunch of mines, and instantly grabbed the key. That fight lasted, I think, 3 seconds.
It's a good fight.
Same thing happened when I fought the big tank, the big excavator tank. I jumped up on top of it, it opened the door, and I shoved mines in the door for 4 seconds straight, and then he died.
Hell yeah.
Then I farmed a bunch off screen to level up the active buster, the homing missile gun. That's really expensive. So when you have to do the air battle against the Bonds, I just eviscerated them. But great game. Stunningly good looking for a PS1 game that came out early that gen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wait, was it early?
Midway. It was 1997.
It would have been at the same time. Like, it's only months before Ocarina.
Yeah, it's
time.
really
So-
close
Yeah,
to
it's
that.
months. It's before Ocarina. I never can really metabolize when the PS1 actually came out because I always metabolize when it came out is when I got it.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta tell you, that early ride on the PS1 was really interesting to see it come together. Because at first it was just like, oh man, Poi Poi is an amazing 3D game. And by 2 years later, it's like, Poi Poi looks unbelievably worse than every game that comes out now. You know, chat. Poi Poi.
It's one of the few games the network video has. Of course you rented
So
it.
of course I rented it more than once. It's Poi Poi.
I've never fucking heard of this game.
They have a Poi Poi 2, but you didn't rent that.
Yeah, network video didn't have that. Why
What?
would
I mean,
they?
even
What
if they did,
kind
they
of
wouldn't
game
have-
is it?
You would probably consider it a party game, but really it's just a beat other people to death with boulders and logs game.
Okay, I see.
No, and not Puyo Puyo. I'm here to inform you I'm not illiterate. Yeah, where is Poi Poi 3? Konami! One moment, we got a new PS6 launch title.
Oh, now I'm in.
Honestly, if you made Poi Poi but with Unreal Engine 5, that would be the funniest shit in the world, and I'd buy it.
Like
No
it's still
matter-
the same polygon count.
But it's so
Yeah,
much
I
more
still-
fleshy.
I don't under. I like I said. Like we keep saying, I don't understand why somebody doesn't make like here's my early 3D game that has ray tracing. It looks fucking bizarre, and it can actually be kind of performant because it's an early 3D game.
Yeah, I feel like someone out there has to be enough frameworks out there to do, and hopefully Godot can end up in this sort of space, some sort of more optimal ray tracing for lower geometry, lower fidelity things where it's just like, yeah, we don't need all these types of these things. We just want ray tracing on the simple models and shit.
Because I still think Mario 64 ray traced is the most impressive use of ray tracing I've seen. Because guess what? When we've gotten so good at fucking baking lighting, ray tracing doesn't really offer anything except a performance decrease. And some vague promise by people who are coping and seething every day of their lives about it making games cheaper. Guess what, guys? Ray tracing will make games cheaper is not statistically less stupid than AI will make games cheaper.
Well, guess what? These are the same people saying both, so.
Yeah.
Of course. That's not true. I have seen people I otherwise consider intelligent insist that ray tracing will make games cheaper because they can save on money. They can save people doing the lighting. God. I didn't play anything else. All I did was stream.
I understand this feeling.
Yeah.
On Saturday, we will start the Misadventures of Tron Bonne, which I have never fucking played. I don't know anything about it except she can send serve bots to the torture room. And in one of the screens, she has swirly glasses. And I know that the motherfucker from 2, the other criminal Glide, debuts in this game.
Mm.
So please, I also think some levels are Sokoban.
Yes.
Yeah, it has
But
a lot
like
of weird
weird
gameplay
fully
types.
3D Sokoban. Astral Chain Sokoban.
Mm.
Man, do you think we're gonna see Astral Chain 2 in a month?
I don't think we will, but I hope I'm wrong.
What if,
I need
what if we
aggro
see Astral
to-
Chain?
to
What if we see
fucking
Astral
play.
Chain 2 not made by Nintendo? I mean, not made by Platinum, made by some internal Nintendo studio.
Yeah,
Because
Next
they
Level
poached
Games
everyone from platform.
presents.
I mean, do we even know where the director went? I don't think we do.
I don't think we do, and
Could be
this
at
is what I've been
Nintendo.
holding out for. Maybe somewhere in Nintendo doing a thing. They did start building a new building to have even more developers.
Did.
Come on, baby. Anyways, hey. Apparently, me, Bob, and Agra have played a lot of Steam Next Fest demos. Let's talk about them. Hey, Agra, what did you play?
Like I picked up a couple, played them for 10 minutes and they weren't great, so I stopped. The one I played the most was Nea.
Spell it.
Neyyah.
Okay, never would have guessed that.
Yeah, it was a long time before somebody said that word in game, so I knew how to pronounce it. This game is Riven. It's Riven.
Oh, I heard
These guys
Riven.
just made Riven.
Yeah, I've heard of Riven.
So have these guys.
You don't say.
Are they good at making Riven?
No.
Okay.
They nailed the aesthetic. It is immaculate. It looks like that era of game. It looks like Riven. The backgrounds, the art is beautiful. I played it for like 30 minutes with these. Like it was, they have inserted FMV actors that are clearly just the guys who made the game in homemade costumes. Immaculate.
Yeah.
Good.
They talked for a long time and just kept saying a bunch of nouns they made up. And I believe it was intentional. Like, no one thought that this was a good way to do an opening monologue in a video game, like they were doing a bit. I sincerely hope they were doing a bit.
Oh, no.
But then I got in and started like clicking around and touching the stuff, and I just kept clicking through stuff and clicking through these long ass areas with nothing I could affect. And then got to where the second cutscene happened, where they said more nouns, and then the thing happened. And I'm like, okay, the game has started now. So I turn around and the first thing I get to is a machine that I can't activate because I don't have a certain item in my inventory. And then there's a long tutorial about this special class of item that I need to collect and use in different areas on specific machines. There's an inventory, by the way. They put a fucking inventory in Riven.
Oh, that's what it was missing.
These people clearly loved Riven, and from my perspective, this is my opinion, did not understand why that game was good.
Oh no, that's always the worst.
Yeah, no, that was very disappointing for me. Me, Dr. Agro, the singular person whose opinion this is. I'm very, very sorry, because you made a love letter to a game that I also love, and I hated it. I feel bad for me, and I feel bad for you for me hating it.
I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that's all you wanted to say about your Steam Next Fest experience.
Yeah, did you try Blueprints?
Oh, I did. I forgot because it was like good. So it was in a different place in my brain than the other demos I played.
God damn.
Wow.
Jesus.
Because I was like, oh, this is great. And I put it away and I'll buy it when it comes out on the PS5.
That's so fucking savage. Hey, what's up? Let's talk about Blueprints. Did you play Blueprints?
I did not.
I didn't play Blueprints. Sackgrove told me about Blueprints. Which,
Blueprint?
to the listener, Blue and Prince, like a king's son, but also it's
Formerly a musician?
It's wordplay. Well, he was never formerly a musician. He was just
yes,
formerly
true.
known as Prince. Anyways, it's wordplay because Blueprints. Anyways, Aggro. What's the deal with Blueprints?
Blueprints is great. It's a roguelike puzzle game.
Okay.
Like you have this house, and it's different every day, and every time you go into it, you enter a foyer with 3 doors on it. You go to a door, you click on the door, and you get a selection of you get a selection of 3 rooms to put on the other side of the door that are generated from your list of rooms. And the rooms are like they're all squares, but they've got doors in different orientations, and they do different things. Like if you enter this bedroom, you get 2 steps back, and you have 50 steps a day. You lose a step every time you move from one room to the next. You can get the kitchen where you'll get 5 gold, or you'll get some other room where you can get a key or a gem, or rooms where you can spend money or gems, or where you get items, or the security room where you can turn on and off security key card protected rooms, like change the frequency of them, or get into the email system to activate this other thing.
Now, I know everything you're saying has a core structure to it where it makes cogent sense, but you need to understand, rattling it off that quickly, this comes off as puzzle game roguelike number Wayne.
Yeah, no, like I am trying to illustrate that you hit the ground running in this game. There's a lot of shit, and it's all wonderfully, effectively communicated in like 10 minutes.
Beautiful.
I'm like, oh, I now understand that there's a lot of shit to keep track of, and this is amazing. Like you're trying to get to God, what was it? There's like 60 there is a number of rooms in this mansion. You're trying to get to the one more than the N+1 room that is legendarily exists.
Okay.
So your goal is to get to this specific part on the other side of the map by building enough rooms to get there in that direction without running out of steps. And also, I'm assuming getting to certain other things to activate the way out of that room all in one run. It's a lot.
It sounds
and
sick
it's
as hell.
really cool.
Yeah.
There's also like stuff outside the house, and I'm not sure how that comes into play yet.
Weird.
In one run, I got a shovel, and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with it. But yeah, that like at one point I found a room on which there was a notepad, and the notepad that said memos on blue paper are true. Memos on red paper are lies. But then under that, real small, cut off halfway down a line of the paper, it said, unless written by hand.
Jesus Christ.
It's that kind of game. I am excited.
Sorry, I heard the words red and truth, and then my brain activated.
Do they say when this was coming out?
Oh, it was real soon, I think. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I think it's this or what's next, I think.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, never mind. That's not till June.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
So-
Plenty of time during the summer of gaming.
Wait, no, it's not. I'm sorry.
What?
Let me double back around. That was Google's dumbass sidebar scraping information incorrectly.
Cool.
April 10th.
Okay.
Oh, that's way sooner. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I was like, that didn't sound right at all. I'm so glad Google doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, same.
Great.
Well,
I have also heard that there are multiple meanings to that title that will be revealed in the game. So it's even. I just didn't get the first pun. That's what I'm responsible for. There are multiple other puns.
the third meaning will basically be the Animaniacs Prince joke. And I will not elaborate. Aggro, that sounded really great. That sounded fantastic. Did you have anything else you wanted to talk about any other Steam Next Fest games?
Not that I think would be fair, because there were a couple demos I downloaded, played for 10 minutes, and went, no, this doesn't feel good. Delete.
Yep. Nope. I know that vibe.
I'll still talk about some of those.
I was like, that won't stop me.
If it's funny enough, I'll bring it up.
I I played as it has been referred to as here on GigaBoots, Gay Sex Pseudo Regalia. I played Accident Adventure. This game's weird. It has the legend and lore and world of Mega Man Legends, where it's like Legends 2 specifically, where there's a giant tornado that keeps you out of the thing. Well, that the tornado went down and it pulled up a thing from the depths, and oh my god, what does it mean? The prince went missing. Anyway, here's a foot job. So that's the game. It's gay sex pseudo regalia. It's furry porn. Do you want that? I guess go get it. I don't know. For me, it's really weird because you start in really confined spaces to sort of tutorialize you on some of the movement stuff. Wow, that timer shut up. Thought I was going to have to announce her death in 4 minutes, and then I look over, it's double digits. Anyways, it tutorializes you really quickly and stuff in the beginning, and your clothes explode off, and your business is hanging out. And then you escape that to go to a city, and the city's absolutely massive. Like, imagine the entire size of Catalog's Island, but seamless. And you can do some platforming stuff to get to, like, collectibles, and there are 25 collectibles in the city. And even looking at an online map for where some of them are, I'm like, I literally have no idea where you could have stuck it in this XY coordinate. What is this? I don't find the platforming as fun as Pseudo Regalia. I find the focus on combat a little weird because how do I put this? It's okay. So you know how in Strider you can move and you just ching, 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 giant sword, right?
Yeah.
Now imagine you did that in 3D, but then scale it back and make him make Link from Legend of Zelda sounds, Ocarina of Time style, like hoo ha 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 ha. So you're just like, and every time you swing, you change which leg is your down leg. So imagine you're swinging and then changing which leg is your down leg, and you're just nonstop making these Link swinging sounds. And yeah, it's weird. It's a weird combination of all of these things, and I feel like none of it in this demo specifically, maybe this will change in the final game, gels together in a way that I really get with.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't really enjoy the layout for the platform at all, which is weird. Because for people who don't know, I really love 3D platformers, but for some reason, it's like, here's this challenge to get this collectible that's really far up. And I'm like, yeah, this is annoying. Like, I just don't enjoy it in a way that's strange. And I'm trying to think of other 3D platformers that I find frustrating in this way. Because, of course, there are many, 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 many 3D platformers, but I can't think of any that are just like, no, it's cool. You need to do a long jump off of this with another jump afterwards and then a swing in midair to get you just far enough to land on this rooftop. Or no, on this pavilion on top of a pillar, to then do that again to land on a rooftop over here, to do that again to land on the rooftop right above the pavilion, to do that again to land on a pipe over here in order to double jump to get to the top of a tower. I don't get joy out of doing the platforming. The story is really weird in how loosely it's told. It's just like you run up to the NPC, they tell you what to do, and eventually you find your way to the next NPC, and they tell you what to do, and maybe you have sex. And this town is full of perverts. And that's it. So currently, I'm not really in love with this. This is kind of my least favorite 3D platformer thing I played during Steam Next Fest. Maybe when the final game's done, it'll have an intro and maybe a normal congealed level for the first level instead of a giant open city with there are challenges. They are there. I don't know. I also played Ruffy in the Riverside. Bob, you played that.
I did play that last week.
You played that. Was that last week?
Yeah,
I thought it was 2 weeks.
It might have been. I don't know.
That is for people, the Stony Banjo looking motherfucker. One moment. Someone in chat asks, did you try looking at the gay furry sex more? It doesn't matter if I tried. If I was playing that game, I was doing it. Ruffy in the Riverside, for people who don't remember, and I think it's and the Riverside, but I'm going to double check that. That is the one with the weird cryptid, like, Scrimblow Ewok bear thing.
Yeah, with the hood.
With the hood.
I forget. You only see his eyes, or do you see his teeth too?
You see his mouth and his eyes, and
okay.
I don't think they render teeth on him. I think he's got the mouth gap, like the just red circle going on at all times. Anyways, it's a 3D platformer with a 2D playable main character. Think Demon Turf. This game's very strange, as Bob was talking about. Its main gimmick, it is convinced, is the ability to take the nature of a thing, the properties of a thing, and juxtapose it onto something else. So, for example, there will be a bunch of candles set up on a forest path, and there will be blue candles that are doused and red candles that are lit aflame. You will need to take the red from the red candle and put it on a blue candle, and you'll be like, okay, I have the fire property. No, you have the color red. And it's apparently a universal constant that red candles are lit. So when you need to solve something else with fire, you can't grab it from the candle wick, and the color red doesn't do it either. You need to find some other thing that will be fire for that specific thing. I actually find it as a 3D platformer fine. There are weird demo walls everywhere.
Yeah.
In the hub world, in the first couple levels, the first few levels, everywhere. It's just giant vertical blue wall, like neon blue, like Baja Blast color that just says demo or demo wall. And so you'll be cut off from exploring these environments in so many ways. And so many of the challenges that do remain aren't normal platformer ones. So many of them are this juxtaposed property thing, which isn't terrible, but it isn't terribly compelling. But when it comes to the artwork and other things about it, I like this game a lot. I'm kind of ranking this the middle tier of my 3D platformers I played for Steam Next Fest. I thought it was neat. I will pick up the game when it comes out because I need to know. I need to know what the whole picture is because I enjoyed it. But man, running into those demo walls nonstop is so frustrating. It really takes the fun out of it. It takes the wind out of my sails to be like, the joy of a 3D platformer is stop that. Stop. Sit down. No. This is a demo. We made all of 100 square feet for this level. I'm like, why?
Yeah, it is weird. It's like just let you play one whole level would be better demo than what they did.
Yeah.
It felt like they wanted to show you a bunch of different environments, and it's like, that's cool, but I'd rather just know how much I can expect in each one.
Yeah, I would. I as an enjoyer of 3D platformers, I would prefer that strongly.
Yeah,
that they just do that. Anyway, did you want to say anything about that before I move on?
No, I'm good.
You played the demo for one moment. I did not realize. OBS, that image is not there. Why? Oh, it was off screen.
It's just barely off screen. She's always ready.
She was always there. That was terrifying, that moment just then. I'm like, what do you mean they're in the call right now? Anyway, she is eternal. How will the industry deal with it? Anyway, CaraQuest 64 is absolutely fucking based, an incredible fucking game. That's one of the best 3D platformers I've played in forever. God bless them for making this game. I'm very excited for it to come out. I cannot have higher praise for this game than this is one of the best 3D platformers I've played in forever. These motherfuckers apparently cut their teeth on making mods for Mario 64, several of them with a shitload of levels. So all of this makes sense. Their design logic for the levels makes sense when you go, they're coming from this space. The platforming works like this. The unlockables. And the weird thing is they actually get a bit into the Super Mario World thing, where there will be a block you hit in this section of this world that'll make all the all the spade blocks appear, or all the diamond blocks appear all throughout the land. And they have NPCs explain this stuff to you, so it's not super obtuse.
Right.
This is great. I love it. Visually, aesthetically, everything. The game feel is fucking perfect. They fucking nailed it. This is great. Interestingly enough, this is published by Galaxy Trail, the people who made Freedom Planet.
Huh.
Holy shit. Yeah, no, this is absolutely incredible. I recommend everyone check it out. I 100% of that demo. It runs really great. It's joyous, and you play as a frog who definitely isn't doing legally distinct Mario if he was a frog sounds when he jumps and hits and other things. I think this thing's super great. Please, if you get the chance, check it out. I am sad I couldn't back the Kickstarter because if you recall on an episode of Big Think where Bob brought this up before when they were doing the Kickstarter in December, I was already in the Game of the Year grind, and Windows, for people who maybe lost track, still had to make me format 2 more times. 2 more times I had to format and start again.
Yeah.
So I was a little incapable of playing the demo and backing the game in time, which is really unfortunate. But I recommend everyone check out Kara Quest 64. It's real good, excellent stuff. It interestingly has the tongue swinging mechanic that you might see in like a Chameleon Twist, but it feels really good. I like it a lot. It would have been cool if a Castlevania game did the whipping the pole and then swinging from it mechanic well. But instead, you get Lament of Innocence's I slapped it with the whip and then I magically jump again.
Yeah, it's just a tiny little micro jump. Yeah, it
Makes
would be
no
neat.
sense.
It would be neat to see them attempt to do a 3D Castlevania again, do more like arcadey style. Like
That'd be dope. It'd be dope to, just have abilities like that executed in an official Castlevania thing. That'd be swell. But yeah, no, that's a fantastic game. The music's very interesting, very good. Check it out. Hey, Bob.
What's up?
I'm going to check. Did you play Project God Hand?
No, I didn't. I intended to, but I did not get to that one.
So Project God Hand, for people who don't know, is splitting your keyboard in half, and it's a rhythm game. The left half of the keyboard does up to 4 keys on the left side of the playfield, and the right half of the keyboard does up to 4 keys on the right side of the playfield, and it's like a DDR. So you're doing 8 different keys, and it can have multi-inputs, like bash walls. It'll pop up with the number 16, and then you need to bash 16 notes real fast on either half. It'll have holds independent for up to 4 different keys on each side and letting go of them at the right times. And what I discovered through this demo, Bob, is the most absurdly funny thing in the world. Both Spiff and I agree. This monitor is too big to play that game. I cannot keep track of the fucking notes. It's too big.
Man, that kind of reminds me of the problem with playing like those Persona dancing games when they brought them to console. It's like, it's no longer a screen I can just take away from my face. It's now that big, I can't look at all angles at once.
Yeah, it takes up that much of the fucking screen. Just scoot back. So there's a keyboard. Maybe you missed the part where I'm playing on a keyboard. It wouldn't be scooting back at that point, chat. That would be putting the monitor on a shelf near my desk, because I'm not.
Well, obviously, you need a separate shelf for your keyboard.
For my keyboard that I'm scooting back with.
Yes.
I'm buying a shelf. I'm straddling it with my legs. Like my legs are going around the shelf. So I can come back with it. And then I can do this over here. And then I'll be able to see the whole thing.
Just play it in Windows, make it really small.
I should have done that, but it was just such an absurd thing to run into. I just couldn't help but laugh at it. It's like, wow, I feel like an asshole. It's not like I bought this monitor for the size even.
Right.
And I literally bought it for the other capabilities because we needed to know. Because frankly, if we didn't do that right now, we might believe people when they say, well, frame generation looks great when you have a higher refresh rate. No, Bob, we have to believe them. They're the experts.
No, because every time these alleged experts say anything, they're completely wrong.
That's not true. They're right about metrics that they can observe through software.
Great.
Look. So anyway, Project God Hand. It's got some really cool music. Project is with a K. God Hand's one word, amazingly. Little bold, if you ask me. Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's neat. Maybe playing on the TV from here, I'd be fine. But I didn't try that. I didn't have enough time for that. I was playing a bunch of other stuff. Bob, let's talk about one of your games.
Sure. I tried Fubuki. Zero in on Hollow Earth. Hollow Live Alternative. I missed a tilde there. There's a tilde before zero, just so you know. If you're looking this up and can't find it, put in that second tilde.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This is a 2D high-speed action game that's really spastic and has enemies jumping over the screen all the time, and your main weapon is like a sword where you have like a 3-hit combo. And it is in the universe of Hololive. but it may not be in line with the actual universe of Hololive. It has a warning at the beginning, so if it's off-brand, don't get onto them. They know.
Does Hololive have a universe?
I guess they say it's the universe developed in the weird animations that have been released.
They're getting more into branding and exploring other IP opportunities. So
yeah, so it has apparently they've released like a manga and tiny little like 30-second anime shorts and that sort of thing. And this is someone seeing that and being like, "I'll make a game." So all the levels are more focused on combat. You do an opening level, and then it like breaks out into a Mega Man style selection of levels, like the Mega Man X games, which I thought was pretty neat. You have a collectible you find in the levels that this little it looks like those Japanese candies you might have seen that are like a little chocolate cone. But these are little foxes.
Oh, like the bamboo shoots?
Yeah, those. But imagine that, but turned into a fox. And you collect those throughout the level, and it becomes a sub-weapon. The more you collect, the better the sub-weapon gets. So you literally just spawn like 3 of these little foxes, and they rocket off like a jet. You also, because it is Mega Man, like it seems like you get a power from each of the bosses you beat. So the first power I got was a gun from some pirate girl. So then you just always have your main weapon, which is your sword, and then you like have R1 and you shoot your gun. It's pretty cool, honestly. It feels kind of cheaply made, but it has really nice sprite art, and I had some fun with it. Like I might pick this up when it comes out and try out the other levels, because I think that they designed them pretty decently. Even though they're so combat focused, they are kind of like like the more levels I played, the more diverse they got, the more like adding in platforming challenges and whatnot, instead of just being a line of combat rooms, where the first level kind of is that. They expands out from that and becomes a lot more enjoyable. And the second level I played even had multiple bosses in it, which one didn't give me a power up, but it was still like, oh, you made a full like character that I fight here. I thought it was pretty cool. This is coming from someone who's never watched Hololive, has no idea who these characters are.
You don't sub to any of them?
No. I'm not sure if Fubuki is a made-up character for this game or not. She might be.
No, she is not.
Okay. Should I go to another one?
Sure.
I also tried out Haneda Girl. I don't have much to say about this one. It's literally Katana Zero, but you play as a little girl with a giant robot she can get in. With the robot's not that giant. It's like twice as big as her. And it has the story of God, what's that movie where the guy's really good at a video game, so then they take him to actually play what is the video game?
The Last Starfighter.
The Last Starfighter. It has the Last Starfighter's plot.
Cool. Good.
But for some reason, she gets chosen, but she plays the game called Haneda Girl. Mm-hmm. She gets chosen to go play it behind the scenes in a digital space, and it's real. It's bizarre.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at chat. One person wrote Spy Kids 3D. I'm like, not funny at all. Next person writes Gran Turismo. I'm like, hilarious. Funniest goddamn thing I've ever read in chat. It's true. They played Gran Turismo.
Yeah, that's go do that. That's true.
Oh yeah.
God damn.
Other than that, I played a few levels in it. It's kind of fun, but it does feel like just kind of not as good as Katana Zero.
From now on, to drive people insane, we have to just say, no, it's like that movie. You know, a person plays a video game, gets real good at it, goes and does it in real life. That's right, Gran Turismo. Like that. Anyway,
that's all I have to say about Haneda Girl.
Haneda Girl.
You and me both, brother. God.
Good. Feel bad.
I also played The Phantom.
Does the Phantom know?
This is based on the actual old comic and movie, The Phantom, with the dude in the purple suit.
Oh, shit.
Yes!
Oh, cool.
So it is a beat 'em up where you just play as that guy. It feels terrible.
I don't know that I would want to play a beat 'em up as that guy. Frankly,
There's a button to pull out your guns and shoot people,
okay, that's
which
pretty
is
funny.
pretty funny. It
Man,
looks-
What?
that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game sure fucking brought about the licensed beat 'em up renaissance, huh?
Oh my god, I'm looking at this.
yeah, no, it's unreal.
Okay, first off, if you look at it in pictures, it looks kind of like a comic in the way that you draw some of these characters like this, but seeing it in motion.
This would have come out in 7th gen.
Yes, it does feel like that. He even has like a super move where if you finish a guy with the super move, he says a one-liner.
So this is
that's
like
pretty cool.
This is like Shank adjacent, chat.
Oh God, nobody knows what that is in this day and age, Dan.
Sure they do. Sure. Chad knows about Shank.
Didn't they make a Shank too?
They did.
Oh, that don't worry, it only
man.
came out 13 years ago.
That God, a lot of the animation looks like it would be in Frisky Dingo.
I was just gonna say that. Like some of this art is like it's got
Yes.
that comic or that era of comics where they're all gradients, but this looks like William Street animated it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck happened to Shank? Oh, the developer made Don't Starve and now is rich.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
well, good for him.
So this is how the game looks
Yeah,
for anyone who
it's pretty rough.
it really is something to see it animated though. I'm
Right.
sorry, I can't get that for you easily.
I didn't know that Phantom had like his Speedo has stripes on it. It's
Mhm.
weird.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
that was a lighting thing.
Yeah, me too.
No, yeah, it's a weird costume choice.
But yeah, the one line to say he only has a few of them. The one that really stuck with me was, "The Phantom has the strengths of 10 tigers." He just says that.
Okay.
And
10 Tigers being the name of a guy he killed and ate the heart of.
Oh shit! Jesus Christ!
I know that this costume's really close to the movie. Is that literally what it looks like in the comic book too?
I'm pretty sure.
Because I've actually only ever
Yeah.
seen the movie.
I haven't seen the movie in over 20 years.
Me neither.
Probably about 30 years. I don't fucking remember shit from that film other than a Baldwin is the Phantom, right?
I don't know. I remember what he
You're
looked like with
thinking
the
of The
costume.
Shadow.
God damn it.
There was a Phantom movie though.
I saw
Oh, yeah.
both, god damn it.
Yeah,
I
they were close
swear.
together.
This is the one where he punches dudes with this big ring that's a skull.
Oh, it's Billy
Yeah.
Zane, a world famous actor known for Twin Peaks. And
I remember
nothing
that
else.
movie has the plot MacGuffin are these big metal skulls that
Yeah.
snap together and have magic powers.
Yep.
Huh. Yeah, I need to see that movie again. It's been way too long.
He's in Titanic. What the fuck's Titanic? No,
Oh,
Twin Peaks.
Was Billy Zane the guy who showed up in
Yes.
season 2 and was like, "Oh, he's the
Yeah,
hot guy"?
Oh, good. He remembered because I connected the dot to Titanic. Yeah, it's the guy. Where she's just like,
I didn't know the tagline for that movie was "Slam Evil."
This sounds like a character named Slam's doing a heel turn.
I also played Rusty Rabbit. This is a Metroidvania where you play as a hard-boiled rabbit man.
Okay.
In the Japanese version, he's voiced by literally the voice of Kazuma Kiryu. The English voice, it's still like a gruff dude. He sounds kind of cool. This is made with Unreal 5, and it really shows. Everything looks kind of blurry. It does not feel very good to play. It tanks in frame rate for reasons I have no idea why. Like
Sounds like Unreal Engine 5 to me, baby.
and I'm running the game like 100 plus frames per second. It'll just jump down to like 30.
Sounds like Unreal Engine 5 to me,
Like,
baby.
all I did was hit the attack button. It made my claw glow.
So you're just saying that the shader compilation may have stuttered
It does that every time though.
every time?
Every time. It's not like a shader compilation thing. It seems just broken.
It should be illegal to show pictures that look this nice on the Switch
It
listing.
should.
That
I actually put some pictures from that I want you to show from my experience with the game
Oh, okay. Is that where is
in
that?
the Discord under Big Thing.
Okay, one moment.
Let's just scroll up a little bit. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, sure.
And this drove me absolutely insane
Mm-hmm.
because these two pictures, there's a button in them. And you'll understand why you
way.
might be driven insane if you play this.
Okay, one moment. Okay, Bob. I am looking.
That button, it looks like it's in the foreground. It looks like it's just part of the front of that object,
yeah,
right?
that's literally what it is.
Right? Okay. What if I told you walk over it and you go to the second picture and it goes down for no reason?
Wait, what?
What?
No, that's not.
And it
what,
just-
what?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, Chad. I'm getting this up there. Okay. You're telling me. Oh my god.
Yeah, the button is now pressed.
You're telling me.
You aren't anywhere near the button.
You're telling me that you walked behind the button and it pressed it.
Yes.
That's what you're telling me right here with this image.
Yeah, it drove me absolutely insane.
He's so thick. he's Genshin thick. I guess. Look at him.
His hitbox is huge.
It's huge, baby. Got that Zelda hitbox.
Yeah. This game didn't feel good to play, and I'm wondering if it's like it might even be like auto-generated environments. I'm not sure. Everything looks super generic.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know. Cannot recommend Rusty Rabbit. Very sad.
This discussion about Unreal Engine 5 has reminded me. Did you know there are shader compilation stutters on meta headsets? The VR headsets?
No.
Which, when you think about it for a little bit after hearing that, you could probably go, oh, yeah, because there are multiple Quest headsets, and they
God.
probably don't make a way to compile your game for the Quest 2 versus the Quest 3.
Why is
on.
everyone brain dead now? Why is everyone so? It's like every company has been completely hollowed out of anyone who knows anything.
It does feel like that.
It
a lot of
does,
the time.
yeah.
It feels like a lot of the people who make shit have never made that shit before. Now, admittedly, I never ever once thought of Meta as a company who owns a platform and makes good development tools or anything, actually. So
Right.
it didn't surprise me in the least. But holy shit,
Yeah, you think you'd hire somebody who knew, but no.
it's okay. They hired that co-founder of Naughty Dog, Jason Rubin,
Oh yeah.
and he got some talent to make games for them. Don't ask where they are now. They made some games. That's the important part.
Let's talk about the next game.
Sure. What's the next game, Bob?
Rise of Rebellion.
Rise of Rebellion.
This game is an action game with some Souls-like elements like bonfires and essence flasks. It looks like it was made with the asset store in mind.
Inspired by the asset store?
Yeah, like I feel like the main character is designed and like they made that thing. But you fight generic orcs and you're in just a castle in a forested environment. It is very plain. But the combat's like has like a God of War 2018 style perspective where the camera's right behind you. They try and make everything more a little bit faster paced than you expect from a Souls game and more reactive with a bunch of parrying with bigger windows to parry on and whatnot.
I would love to just like show an indicative picture of this game right now, Bob, but I have bigger issues. Tell me this man does not look like you asked a college student to make that character from Dragon Quest.
I know it is.
In Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah, that is it. That's your main character. That's what she looks like. And it does look like. And strangely, I had to change the lighting down one more notch, and everything looks wrong. Her hair becomes solid white.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, what a good future-proof engine.
Yeah.
Doesn't run on shit now and won't for many years, but
Weirdly, the way that you jump in this game reminded me of Jedi Outcast. Like you have a bizarre can jump animation.
that's awesome. That's great. I love that shit. Okay, you know what? We're going with this image.
But yeah, the more I played of it, the more I was like, this feels like everything you're doing is being accomplished better currently by that game coming up, Vindictus Defying Fate. Like literally, that is just the better version of your game as a AAA game, and you're making the indie version of that.
But that's what makes you a cool guy for playing this one instead.
I guess.
This is unbelievably I wish I could show the video because the video is a lot more indicative of
Yeah, weirdly, the pictures are mostly like that, where it's like not the angle you would get in game. Like that angle is literally impossible.
They took this picture and sent it to a gaming magazine that shut down 10 years ago.
Yes, and they're like, why didn't they post it?
Why aren't we on the front page? We were supposed to be the cover for this issue.
Yeah, but it's kind of neat. I ended up playing more of it than I probably should have. I'm a sucker for generic action games.
Or not enough.
So, Bob, it seems like it's in the neighborhood. How would you compare this to Flintlock?
Oh, Flintlock Siege of Dawn?
Mm-hmm.
It feels better than Flintlock, but not as interesting. Like Flintlock has a lot more going on aesthetically and world-wise, whereas this had nothing. They didn't even get dialogue working yet. They had when I found a person, they handed me a note that had what they were going to say on it.
Based.
And then I accidentally killed them because it's a Dark Souls game. So you attack them once and they die.
You know what? I want more video game NPCs to do that. Just here's a piece of paper with my whole deal on it. Interact with it or not. It's up to you.
But yeah, it feels better than Siege of Dawn, strangely.
So maybe check it out yourself. Rise of Rebellion.
I also tried out Yasha, Legends of the Demon Blade. This is Hades, but in ancient Japan. That's kind of it. Weirdly, there's way fewer levels between bosses. Like, it was 3 tiny stages and then a boss. And then that again. And the bosses are pretty tough, but you can get back to them really quickly because there's just 3 tiny stages between them. I'm like, is this done? I don't know. They also don't seem to have many ideas for cool roguelike upgrades to get. So a lot of the things, like you beat the area of enemies and it's like, yeah, do you want to upgrade your quick attacks by 10% damage? It's like, I guess. I'm used to more interesting variety for what I could do to this and not just a base level damage upgrade, but I guess I'll take it. But yeah, it's got interesting mechanics going on. Like there's a thing where you can parry enemies, but weirdly, it's only certain attacks. And it's a quick draw move, so you can use it just as a regular attack if you charge it. But if you hit them with your quick draw, it counts as a parry if they're attacking, and it does extra damage and gets you a built up meter, that sort of thing. Yeah, it's kind of neat. It looks pretty nice. I like the art style. It's Dan's showing it right now. It's
literally just. Imagine anime Hades set in Japan.
Yeah,
like it's fucking exactly that. I'm looking at it and kind of shocked how spot on that is.
Mm-hmm. You have you have the more Dynasty Warrior style combos you can do with like XXY, that sort of thing.
Dope.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
You gonna get it?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I mean, Hades 2 comes out this year. It's kind of depend on when this launches compared to that.
Apparently, it's April 23rd.
Okay,
That's what people say.
maybe. And there's also multiple characters. I only tried the one character though.
Yeah, I'm seeing them use a tiger or something in this as well. Was the character they're showing primarily here the young girl who you played as? Or?
Yeah, I played mainly as her.
Oh, and then there's this other character, which I didn't even notice was a different character because the shield around them kind of obfuscated them.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Yeah, you got 3 total.
Yeah, this looks sick.
Yeah.
Like visually very, very nice, very pleasant. Seems like very Hades gameplay wise. Isometric, very high action, lots of dodging, many enemies. Cool.
I also tried out a game that should not have been Next Fest. I don't think they should have released this demo at all.
Okay.
Called Wham Punch.
Oh, okay.
It's a first-person punching game. You have superpowers, so you like punch people super fast. It even is like, oh yeah, tap it quickly to aura. And then they fly away like wild with a a dust trail behind them and die. And what I played literally didn't have enemies. They were just random people on a street, and they didn't move.
Bob, this game also comes out on April 24th.
It shouldn't. This game is nowhere near a game.
I'm seeing that. I'm just going to show an image, chat. You need to understand there are a lot of images, and most of them look really close to this. So this is a spectacularly undone image.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's really janky. I can't believe that it's actually coming out next month.
That's crazy.
Yeah, don't pay money for this. Play the demo. It's kind of funny. That's it.
I don't. Here we go. You can at least see him punching a thing this time.
This demo glitched out halfway through it, so I didn't even finish the demo. Well, I guess it didn't glitch out. I needed a certain power bar to cross the gap, and they gave me no way to refill that power bar, so it was impossible. It was like, I'm not re-walking down the street. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
How does the combat compare to Mirror of Fate? I'm sorry, Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge, not Mirror of
I
Fate.
was like, man, this is fucking complicated. Let me see if I still have the whiteboard with all the combo tree written on it. It's going to be around here somewhere.
Well, it is nothing even similar, and I would know I didn't really need to engage with the combat because everyone just stood there while I punched them 100 times.
Sick.
A game I played that was pretty cool was Contract Rush DX, which is it was a run and gun style, like almost Metal Slug-ish game, but was a Mega Man structure where you select the level you're going to, and like power-ups in the stage, like power-ups you would find like in a shmup, where it's like, oh yeah, this power-up makes you faster, this power-up makes you shoot more bullets at once, this one makes it a spread shot. It's really neat. It's all hand drawn, and it's apparently worked on by people who did Newgrounds stuff. So it has like, I think it's actually published by Newgrounds.
Ooh. Huh.
But it's all fighting demons. It looks like there might be multiple playable characters, but the demo only has one. And yeah, the weapon, the upgrade system is really interesting because each level has different upgrades. Like the upgrades are set for that stage, so you'll build out and play differently for each one, which is really neat. Like you have your gun and you have your melee weapon. So one of the levels like only gave me upgrades for the melee weapon. So it was a lot of using the sword or what upgrades to a chainsaw, that sort of thing. And then there are like the little challenge missions where it's like, oh yeah, get through this area as fast as you can. And then they give you like 13 different upgrades to your shot speed in a row. So you only have one bullet you're shooting, but you're shooting it insanely fast.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's really neat. And definitely just checking it out. Like that was one of my favorite demos. I'm definitely picking this game up.
That was Contract Rush. Do you know if that's coming out on anything else other than PC?
I don't know.
I'm not seeing any listings for anything else, so seemingly not, but who knows?
Yeah, and I think it's still a little ways out. Like, I think everything just said coming in 2025 and not like giving it a date or anything.
Yeah, it says spring 2025 on their Twitter, and it doesn't link to anything but a Steam page, so I guess it's just a Steam game for now.
Pretty cool.
I have a game I'd like to
Sure.
So, hey chat, you're of course very knowledgeable on the genre of game Princess Maker, right? Cool. Anyways, so there's this game called Drap Line. You raise a dragon girl who's a dragon girl of legend, and through your actions you steer the morality of this girl and power her up for battles by feeding her different foods. The foods cost you different amount of money depending on the quality of food, and that will raise different stats for her. It's very funny. You can be like, I'm going to feed you really high quality rocks. It's like, ooh, it makes her so strong. It's got a pretty cool battle system. The battle system, she learns a lot of abilities based on what her morality is and what upgrades you gave her over time. But you can only carry 4 moves into battle. And already in the demo, which this is going to be launching into early access, unfortunately, already in the demo, they let me unhinge the game.
Ooh.
because they're like, this attack does large damage, but it has a high probability of missing. And then they have another thing that's like, make your attack do 2.5 times on the next move. And then they have another one that's like, your move will hit. So yeah, I just did that 3-stage setup and it absolutely wrecked shit.
I bet.
It was great. That's right. I need to change this while I'm showing this picture. It's really cute. It's really delightful. It is in English, but finding pictures online in English was difficult. So I just showed the most indicative visually image. There are lots of residents around this island that you go and talk to and help with various tasks. Like, for example, these people will also teach your dragon daughter some very helpful life tips and skills, such as this hunter who's a werewolf. She's like, why don't you just bite them or claw them to death? And he's like, oh, that's like really beneath me, basically. He's like, oh, why do you think I carry a fucking bow and arrow? Come on now. It's about using your skills. But yeah, you can see the stats on the lower left and money in the upper right. There is a really cool shop run occasionally by a dog person who comes to town. And they're like, hey, limited time goods, very premium stuff, very, very good. By the way, we will not allow you to buy anything from our shop with a loan from the cat bankers. And I'm like, that's hilarious.
I know I've seen this artist, but I can't remember their name.
This game is really good. I'm really enjoying it. I am a little bummed out that it's going into early access because I'd rather just play it when it's done.
It'll be there when it's done.
Right.
That's how I've had to learn to feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
But really fun stuff. They have this whole lore of you know what? So one moment. Let me show this picture next. So you're just sort of raising this dragon daughter, and eventually someone comes to town who is also a dragon. Who's like, your daughter's clearly the dragon of legend, and they're going to help us survive a calamity, so you better do a really good job raising them. And then they just keep showing up and eating your food. And every now and again, you're like, wow, you sure do eat a lot. And she's like, what are you saying? And then she comes back later and it's like, yes, I should feed my daughter a balanced diet. You're right. You should try that too. And she's like, what are you saying? It's a really great game. It's really adorable, really, really fun. It's everything I could possibly want. There's basically nothing wrong with the demo other than it crashed once. And it's short. I wish I had more to play, and hopefully early access goes well.
I wonder if it's going to come to anything else. I guess we won't really know for a while because early access, they wouldn't put it on other consoles like that.
Well, technically, you could do early access on Xbox. I just don't know why you would.
Right? It's like, yeah, why would you bother?
You wouldn't get sales. Yeah, why did it take me to German? Why did it take me to German Steam? You want that, huh? Here you go.
Traplin, I guess, sounds German to...
I guess. Thank you, Google. I was trying to find out when it says it's coming out. It just says coming soon. And they said it was going to be early access. It's really good. I highly recommend everyone check it out. Yeah, no, it's excellent. Very delightful, very funny. That's it. That's all. So there's a doctor who's kind of Sans-ish. You know, he's a skeleton. He's got blue eyes. Right?
Okay.
But he's wearing a lab coat and he's clearly older and he's talking about this stuff. And when your dragon daughter meets him, one of the first dialogue choices that pops up by the end of the conversation is like, let her eat him. And it's like, you did not let her eat him. This has positively affected her morality. Really good stuff. Anyway, did you have other games?
I did have a few more.
Let's go.
You know how I said that other one was like Hades?
Yeah.
This one's way more direct.
Okay.
It's called Rainbreaker.
All one word?
No, 2 words.
Okay, go ahead.
So rain, like the reign of a king, that sort of thing.
Oh.
Yeah, it's that, but you play as like a really muscular lesbian. And instead of like, you know, in Hades, you get each stage starts with you talking to a god, and they're like on your side and will give you a power. Instead, you start the stage by talking to the enemies that are going to spawn, or like the captain of the enemy group. So they're going to spawn a group of enemies for you to fight. So it's always an antagonistic relationship.
I've never been happier that this chat cannot make sounds during our podcast.
Right?
Jesus.
So it feels way more derivative even than the other one because it is so direct. It even has like that art style is pretty Hades like in game. Like it's not even directly what you see in the cover art here. It is a little bit more Hades looking when you see it in game.
Mm-hmm.
It seems okay. This game demo didn't have any story basically other than the talking to these NPCs. So I was really weirded out when she started using like some of her attacks are spray can based. But not all of them. Most of them you just fight with the javelin and show the javelin. I didn't enjoy the flow of it though because a bunch of enemies had like you beat them up and then you have to do a finisher on them. And the finisher is like a canned animation that takes too long and you have to do it for every enemy. It's like I just downed 3 of these guys. Now I have to watch the animation 3 times in a row. Which is weird. Like I hope that's something they smoothed out. Other than that, it seemed like there weren't that many enemy types, and all the enemies kind of just looked like little piles of junk that had come to life. But there's a chance that gets expanded on later, so I don't know. It seems cool otherwise.
How do you think it compares to the other Hades, like None Holy?
I don't know. I kind of wish I played None Holy in preparation for this. But I didn't play None Holy. It's on sale, and I didn't play it.
We're going to just have to do a fucking stream called Hades, 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 and it's all Hades likes.
The week before Hades 2 actually comes out.
That would be so good. That would be great. Yeah, no, this looks really Hades-like.
Yeah, it is so direct. Like, other games are Hades inspired. This one feels like there's nothing else inspiring it even. It's just that one.
Well, punk rock.
I guess.
I think that's it.
All right.
Looking at it, that's what I observe. Also, what if someone could out arm wrestle that lady from The Last of Us Part 2? Huh? That'd be crazy, right?
Very crazy. And then the last demo I played.
Forever.
Skin Deep, which we talked about, I think, last week because it showed up at one of those conferences. It's made on Doom 3's engine.
Yes.
It's a weird... I guess you would call it an immersive sim.
That's what they're calling it, an immersive first-person shooter. So kind of walking around it.
Yeah, it's all about doing stealth encounters against space pirates who invaded your tiny ship, and it seems like it'll be multiple scenarios. Weirdly, I think this demo is terrible.
Really? Why?
The tutorial area it starts you in is... It's the story of the space pirates invading for the first time, but for some reason it's told in a way that you take one step forward and your character says a line of dialogue about what's happening, and then it fades out. And then you'll do one more action, and then it fades out for another scene. And it keeps doing this to the point where it's like, it's not even a good tutorial. I have no idea how to do what you told me to because I didn't get to do it in context with anything. I just did that one action, and then you faded out and took me to a different area entirely.
That's very strange.
So I think the tutorial is absolutely terrible. And then I got to the second level, and it felt like they let me go and do what I wanted to. But by that point, I was like, I don't actually know how to use any of your systems because you didn't let me mess with them. So I just died instantly.
Ooh.
So yeah, I'm not really in love with it. It feels kind of janky to play. It has this thing that Doom 3 had where you can have a monitor where you mouse over to it in first person and it becomes your actual mouse cursor on the monitor, which is a neat system that wasn't really well used in Doom 3. And I don't even know if it's actually going to be fun here either.
Was anything well used in Doom 3?
God, no.
They sure had some sick lighting.
It's also very...
Yeah, on a tech level, it was incredible. On the actual playing level, it's like,
The game is also very much comedy oriented. And for when I played, the comedy didn't seem that bad or anything, but it is like, if you aren't there to be laughing at it, you probably don't want to be there. Like you're saving your crew members. Your crew members are all little cats. Funny, right?
Oh wow! I was wondering why there was this GIF on the page.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this seems odd. This doesn't really fit with everything else on the Steam page.
Yeah.
I see.
And then all the enemies have some bizarre system where if you kill them, their head pops off and is in a little head tank, like in Futurama,
Uh-huh.
and it floats around, and you have to like throw it down a garbage chute or throw it out into the airlock to actually kill them, because they'll respawn their whole body if they go back to where they started. It's very strange and unclear. Which would be fine if they didn't try and like write their way around this making sense. It's like, oh, this is super high tech technology where their head separates from their body so that they're fine. But then for some reason there's other mechanic where they can respawn and fight again. It's like, it sounded more like they would get away with their head still being alive, not their body would come back. You didn't write the second part of that would make it either funny or interesting.
I assume, much like Mystery Science Theater, this will have an intro that's a musical number about how you shouldn't worry about yourself. Worry yourself about the science. You should just sit back and relax.
Also, you play as like a person who's there to defend this ship. Like that is her whole purpose, and she defreezes to protect it. For some reason, she's just in a jumpsuit and barefoot. She has no gear at all. It's very strange. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I really didn't click. Was it? Maybe you'll like it. Maybe you'll think this stuff is all hilarious. It's worth worth checking out. But yeah, I don't know.
That was skin deep.
Yes.
Doom 3 engine, huh?
Yeah.
It honestly didn't look it.
I know, right? Like they somehow did not use.
It's too bright. It should have made it dark as hell. It's the only way I could have recognized it as the Doom 3 engine.
Yeah, it has a weirdly cartoony style in the Doom 3 engine. It's something that just doesn't work, I don't think. Like, I think it just ends up looking weird.
So, Dan, when you inevitably have to stream Doom 3, are you going to because you know I'm right. You know that is not an out-of-pocket statement at all.
We all know it's true, okay?
Do you have to find the version that doesn't have the tape flashlight to the gun, the original version where you get the flashlight or the gun?
We're gonna play it on Xbox.
Are you gonna play Half-Life 2 on 360?
No, we're gonna play Half-Life 2 on the Xbox as well.
There's a Half-Life 2 port for Xbox?
There is. And that'll be
That
after we
must be
play
ass.
Half-Life 1 on the PS2.
What if that's somehow the best version and nobody knows?
It does have weird lock-on technology. Could be great. Unlike these
God,
other
I'm
two
just imagining,
versions of these other two games, which are horrible.
Here, Bob, hold the controller for 10 seconds in PS2 Half-Life 1. And you just see like him slowly start to get Thanos snapped.
God, I couldn't even get your Half-Life 1 on PC. I'm scared.
Yeah, neither could I. Like, that game's neat, but it really has the problem. It has the problem of, yeah, we're the first one who did everything. And it's like, okay, but you still did you still did it just because you did it first.
Right, it doesn't mean you did it best or anything. It's just like, you did it. That's cool.
It's like, I've seen all of this shit a million times better in more recent games, and also you're kind of weird and slippery feeling.
Please look forward to the end of the Half-Life 1 stream when Bob hits Zen and I leave the stream.
And I'm like, oh man, now it's great. Now it's like breakdown. Thank you.
Breakdown. Yeah, no, you won't think that. I can confirm here and now, you will not be like, it is like breakdown, so it's great.
Does the PS2 version use the blue shift models?
I think so, yeah.
Because it'd be weird to just have these 1997 PC models in a PS2 game.
One moment in chat, boss, we says Zen is so good that when me and Gamma Chris played it together, we agreed to stop at Zen.
Isn't
they
there
were
a
like,
fucking
"Pete."
Dreamcast Half-Life port, or did that never actually come out?
I don't think that actually came out. I don't think it came out. I think it's mostly done. Yeah, it leaked. Yeah, but it was canned.
Okay, it was canned. It was canned like a week before it came out. I guess due to the Dreamcast no longer existing.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow everyone understood that, but Nintendo kept making stuff for the 3DS in like 2017 and maybe even 18.
Right now we're in a weird position where people keep making stuff for the Xbox. I don't get it.
I don't get it either, but no
Yeah,
one made
I
it
do-
exclusive for the Xbox, unlike these fucking things. I'm like,
It is-
here's a
I
3DS
honestly-
Mario Party. It's for no one. We buried treasure here.
I do keep wondering, like,
Actually,
when
it's
is
a
the
WarioWare.
point where, because you know it's only going to take like one big game to consciously be like, yes, we're not on Xbox, and then like it'll be like a light switch, like.
Yeah, I think someone at some point is going to realize that getting 6% of your sales from a platform isn't worth all the work to put it on that platform.
Yeah.
Especially when the Series S is a part of that agreement.
Like,
Mhm.
like they announced, like there was like a Care Bears game that came out recently that is on Xbox, and I'm like, there's no way that's going to sell even one copy. Like that copy will be measured in 3 digits at most. And it's like, is Microsoft just going to every publisher and sucking their dick? And it's like, please, if you stop, everyone will stop. Please.
Yeah. I assume because the Marvel games, Marvel vs. eventually came over.
Mm-hmm.
We will waive all of our patching fees. We'll waive all of these other fucking fees. Please.
We just need to hold on until our next thing. There is a next thing, right, guys? Fellas, you're making that, right? Okay, yes. Hold strong,
Yelling,
brothers.
You know, with the digital set, you're yelling back into what I imagine is actually the Xbox hardware department right now.
right there.
Yeah,
They keep
they're
it
doing
right
great.
back there.
They're doing great. I love those guys.
Next console is going to be the most powerful console ever. Look at its heat distribution.
The heat's
It's
everywhere.
exhausting so much heat right now. Hey, Bob, did you play anything else?
No, that was it. I'm finally done with Steam Next Fest after 3 weeks of Steam Next Fest.
Now tell them what you put down to do Steam Next Fest.
I'm on the final chapter of Phantom Brave. I still haven't finished it because Steam Next Fest. It's great.
Did it stop? Did it eventually stop showing you the value?
No.
So yeah, for me, when it comes to Steam Next Fest, maybe try Roughing in the Riverside. Definitely try Carol Quest 64, and definitely try Drapline, D-R-A-P, a line, all one word. Bob, did you have some things that were like the top of your list? Definitely try.
That would be Contract Rush DX. Let me double check in the others. Oh yeah, Fubuki Zero on Hollow Live Alternative. And Metro Gravity.
Cool. Yeah, I cannot tell you how happy that Carol Quest 64 demo made me. Holy shit. That's Game of the Year contender when they ship it. Okay, well that's it. Worth noting, again, tomorrow we are playing Split Fiction. Bob's very excited.
Of course. And we had a podcast come out this week, right? They should go check that out.
Bob, what podcast came out this week?
It was just for something you probably shouldn't watch.
No, wrong. You should watch it.
No,
It
you
is available. It is available out there. Google the name Noobs with the
You know
Z
what?
and movie.
They can. If you're listening, you can stop whenever the fuck you want. So go ahead and hit play on it. just quit whenever you feel like it, or maybe just hit the skip button a couple times.
You
You can infer the rest of the movies from wherever you stop. You can.
It's true. You only
Yeah.
need to make it like 3 minutes, and you've seen the movie. Like, you know,
How
it's so by the numbers.
Not to spoil our own content, but how fucked up is it that there's like a incel gamer movie where Jason Mewes is the moral center of the cast?
It is fucking crazy. For people who don't realize, that's Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. He's the voice of reason in this movie, as he simultaneously is trying to date Zelda Williams, Robin Williams' daughter, who is significantly younger than him.
Yeah, he's still the good
He's
guy.
still the voice of reason.
It's unclear. It's unclear if that was the case in the movie.
No, that is the case in the movie.
Yeah.
They say that literally. That's the text.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still the voice of reason. Crazy enough. What a film. Anyway, you can't run a series called Curse Content Club for a fucking gaming podcast network and not cover noobs. Because that would make you a fucking coward or incurious or just completely on the dark on what's out there. I honestly, go listen to that. Nobody else is going to talk about it. You need to know about noobs. Know your history, gamer. One moment. What it is
Something.
what? Podlords!
Oh fuck!
Oh fuck.
Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27, Suzushiro, Radar.
Yeah! Looking a little different this week. You been working out? Year 5. Give it up for year 5 of waiting for my backer rewards.
Can we set it? We need to like get on stake and set up a betting pool on whether or not they will get the rewards before Platinum goes out of business.
God. WTF, Spider-Man. BTD crew after saying thank you, Podlords, because they won't shut up about Jinkaria.
Oh, timely and accurate.
G Bleach, why do you get to have 2 Jinkarias?
The bout dies in no time. Muckbun, Shiny Mew, Chrissy. Juicifrost says, check in on the Xbox guys in your life. They could use a friend. Cooper,
Not like anything new happened.
それが我はゴロをマジマ建設 Indigo Sykes Foul Seismitoad.
Whoa.
Oh, that's not right at all.
Nope, don't like that 4th cover scheme.
These little Pokemon figures, they remind me of when they brought the Kinnikuman figures over to America and called the Muscle.
Uh-huh.
They just look like the same kind of little freaks.
Gaijin. Please play Star of Providence. 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 Please. A raccoon that can't believe his hero John Cena sold his soul.
Oh, stay strong, little buddy.
Evil Lucario. Me. When I remember how old Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 is, but remember it's getting remastered.
Yeah, that's about how Tony Hawk looks in those games, yeah.
Hello, fellow kids.
They need to, like, they scan in one of the skaters and age him up.
Sarah Lean. Timothy Fister. The Hard M. New drugs have been discovered. Send more drugs. What? What?
Well, it's an airbrush kit.
Sure is.
That's dangerous.
Pleochrome. New FGO servant Dante Alighieri is him, possessing himself from his books to turn enemies into the chud burning in hell. What is any of this sentence?
All right.
Huh.
My official younger Toguro sunglasses came in, and they're too small. $94 gone.
Oh, no. Gonna have to start head wrapping.
Tiny. Look at that quarter.
Oh, yeah, those are miniature. $94? What?
So I just need 2 of them. and then I'll take the hinges and hook them to each other. Jesus.
I struggle to think of a person those could fit other than a literal child.
Right? Tosha's
so
child
tiny.
height, and yet it wouldn't fit her. Mm-hmm. She's 4'8", and it would not fit her head, I do not believe. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you not be a hack for 5 minutes? 5 minutes!
Obviously not. I don't know what you thought.
Chat says, yeah, those are for preteens. A lot of preteens who are fans of Yu Yu Hakusho.
In year 2025?
That seems weird.
That does seem pretty weird.
Then they'll just grow out of the sunglasses and be fucking livid.
Who also have large amounts of money to spend on premium anime-related merchandise.
Yeah, this all adds
Big
up.
market. Big market. Big market. So funny. Virmvarm. Asterios. The Monster Hunter Wild stickers are neat. That's enough.
Oh my god.
I also chuckled. Slightly above average. And like that, the last remaining reason to buy an Xbox has forever vanished. Nine Souls brain rot in the year of our Lord 2025.
What happened to him? He's so large.
He's working out.
He's a Robloxman, I think.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
He's a freak.
Yeah.
Cryptid bird. Digital basic. Iron Fulgor? Invincible Fulgor? Who is this guy?
Oh,
this-
yeah.
Is this
That's
still
one of
that
the,
anime?
that's one of the, I forget what they're called. Meisters? I forget. They're one of the humans in Zatch Bell.
Yeah, I think I even saw that at the 4Kids version.
And soon. Thank you very much to our Podlords.
Thank you, Podlord.
Thank you, Podlords.
Thank you, Pod.
And if you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits, such as early access to Chugging Bleach, which might get weird soon. Early access to other shows, which will conceivably start within the foreseeable future. Extended armchair dev and gamer premonitions, when indeed those shows exist for you to be given bonus content for. A patron-funded show one a month, either where we watch a private show where you vote on a good thing and then we watch and discuss it, or a public show where we watch a bad thing and you get a commentary track for something you never ever want to watch, like Noobs.
No, you want to watch it.
You can listen to our commentary track that is 90% shocked, horrified sounds or groans. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119. This is not a joke or a bit. This is a full feature-length film you can only get on the GigaBoots Podcasting Network about a man going to Thailand for a tax write-off on his trip to Thailand. Patreon.com/GBPodcast. If you don't have any money, it always helps us immensely to show up on Thursdays, rate us on Thursdays, rate us with a T on your podcasting app of choice, and like, leave a comment and subscribe on YouTube if you listen that way right now. Patreon.com/GBPodcast.
Yeah, that Noobs commentary. You know what? Almost nobody listens to those. Definitely go do it if you have access. Even if I've even heard people just listen to that instead of like watching the show. Like they just listen to it in the background, which I don't know if I can actually recommend, but that's an interesting use of that. Dan will not be here for a second, so we're on the screen for now. That's okay.
No, it's over.
We could still probably go through a little bit of this news. Like I could talk about how the Bakihama game is coming out.
So, Bob, tell me about the Bakihama game.
It's Bakihama Blood Arena. It's coming out in September, and it is straight up a knockoff of Punch-Out.
Yes, they say directly inspired by Super Punch-Out, not even Punch-Out in general. They specifically say Super Punch-Out.
Good.
It looks really cheap, but if it's $20, I'll buy it.
Yeah, I certainly hope this is not more than $20 because, oh man, it looks really low
Yeah,
quality.
the most that I could see even just in any universe being justified, you wouldn't be, but the most that you should charge for this if you're sane, if you have any rationality, is 30. And that's still too much.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go more than that, you're insane.
Yeah, I really don't think they're going to dub it either because the trailer for this even has like a weird generic voice.
There's like that. There's also that weird thing where like Netflix are hard-ons and won't let anybody have the, like when they put it on DVD, they had to redub it because Netflix is like, no, we're not giving you our dub.
Yeah, no, that they're worried about that sometimes.
Netflix views, even though Netflix has won against DVDs and could only make more money by making DVDs of their shit, they still won't.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to start this segment?
We might.
Yes. There's not that much this week.
Yeah, it's just real quick. Like, touch the stove.
What? One moment. I guess we have no special guests
Oh,
because
Oh,
something
okay.
broke somewhere.
oh, great! I love Windows 11. It's
Yo,
great.
check this out. I pushed the button and it just.
Just broken.
Yeah,
It's
nothing.
great.
What, you know what?
Uh,
One sec. I'm gonna unplug and replug. Nope. Okay. Well, I'm gonna play the music. We're in.
So, Sony is still doing layoffs. A bunch of people were laid off from PlayStation Malaysia, and I think Sony Visual Arts Group also had some layoffs. It's unclear as to how many. They're, of course, Keiji. They're an evil company.
Mm-hmm.
Also, about a month ago, which we didn't cover on Big Thing to mention, they did layoffs to their hardware developers. An engineer who worked on the PS5, the PSVR 2, and the Portal said, "Yeah, my and in San Francisco, it was like, yeah, me and my entire team were laid off."
That's so weird.
Yeah, what?
That is weird. Like, is Mark Cerny gonna sit in a closet and come up with the PS6? Is that what's gonna happen?
Maybe Nishino's trying to bring the company more into Japan, because under Jim Ryan and that era, we saw a lot more of Sony move to California.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is a part of moving it back, but because obviously they're gonna keep making hardware. They're making both a portable and a PS6, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's real weird.
Yeah, maybe it's some like, yeah, we're dead in Japan. We need some Japanese insights onto our hardware division. Which I don't see why you'd completely move it back, but
Mm-hmm.
I guess all these companies have a lot of experience of like, yeah, it's hard to have a division that has people in 16 hours apart through a language barrier.
Yeah, I don't get it.
We don't want to be Ubisoft.
There's got to be a reason for this.
Also, an unannounced multiplayer shooter from Respawn was canceled. It's literally the thing that we keep talking about, where it's like, we're done with pre-production. Can we start real production? And then leadership looks at like what they would need to actually with the game and go, no,
God, just let them make anything other than Apex Legends as a shooter,
No.
please.
well, they get to make Star Wars. That's it.
That's it. And even that, it's like that's not the thing you're known for. It's Star Wars.
Can we let Respawn make a thing though? Can we just stop and just let people ship a fucking game?
No.
Stop canceling so much shit.
I mean, EA is like this horrible cursed company because they actually do throw money at like big original projects or try to bring shit back. Relatively often, they just have the worst tastemakers in the world, so it's shit like, well, here's Immortals of Avium, it's a $150 million single-player shooter, you like that, right? And everyone went like, we don't know what that is.
Last bit of news, and this is a concerning trend that I haven't seen anyone talk about, but it's been brought up in the GigaBoots fan Discord in the VR channel. Two different developers who've had their games delisted from the Meta Store. One of them was Insomniac. So Insomniac's games just gone. Another one is Toast Interactive, who's had 2 of their games delisted from MetaQuest as well. It's worth noting these Insomniac ones were meta games for PC. They were Oculus games through the Oculus Store. They're PC games, and they're just gone now.
Mm-hmm.
They're just fucking gone. And the number one concern every human's having is, oh God, because Horizons, the metaverse thing, isn't taking off. They're pulling out, aren't they?
They renamed their whole company to be about that, and yeah, they will still do it.
Yeah. The metaverse already failed. Like, it can't fail. Like, it's over. This is a similar note of company of signals that they're pulling out. Microsoft canceled a bunch of their plans for data centers for AI a while back. And it was like, well, it's fine. We're getting what is the fucking company? We'll get the capacity from CoreWeave, a company you pay for that shit. It's like, we will also be giving CoreWeave less money than we anticipated. Like, they're gonna pretend otherwise, but these companies are starting to blink and go, oh, we can't literally throw hundreds of billions of dollars a year into this technology that makes no fucking money. By the way, OpenAI is starting $2,000, $10,000, and $20,000 a month GPT model, Chat GPT models, with the $20,000 one promising PhD level intellect. Ask it how many letters are in the word strawberry.
Yeah. Man, that's insane. As everyone pointed out, yeah, you could probably hire a guy with PhD for that. Like,
well, yeah, but then you can. But if you pay this $20,000 a month, you can have 500 PhD students.
Oh, sure. That's
and then
real.
OpenAI looks at the cost for giving you those 500 PhD students and goes, $20,000 a month still isn't enough. We're still not profitable.
Wow. Sustainable.
Another related thing, judges are starting to get fucking pissed. Because all these dumb fuck paralegals and associate partners at law firms keep using ChatGPT and referencing cases that don't exist.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Because they don't check what this AI spits out.
That's insane.
Yeah.
How did it get to this stage?
You should have your license revoked.
You should.
Yeah,
Just instantly.
you should be disbarred for that kind of shit.
Yes.
A lot of people just don't want to think at all, and ChatGPT gave them an easy way to not have to think about things like writing an email and shit like that. And it's like, not to get all philosophical, but little tiny chores that annoy you are part of humanity. This is why billionaires aren't human beings, because they don't have to do any of those.
I think that's it. We can safely exit.
Yeah, short little baby burning down. This
Oh,
time.
you can't turn on, but the buttons turned it off successfully. What the fuck? Why did that work? What was it thinking? Yeah, it was a really short industry burning down segment, thank God.
Yeah. We needed one of those after last week.
Yeah, we did. Let's go ahead and get into it. Sonic Unleashed is on PC now. Cool. They recompiled it for PC. It runs at, as I understand it, arbitrary frame rates. I know it runs at a minimum maximum of 144. I'm pretty sure it goes higher. Looks really great. Runs really great. There are mods already coming out nonstop to change different things about it. Improved in a number of ways. People have made it so Sonic Adventure 1's Dreamcast model with the weird face animations has been put in the place of Sonic in this game. It's real great. You can turn off the battle music so that way you don't have to hear the beginning of the battle song over and over and over and over and over, interrupting the actually good level music that you barely get to hear in the original version.
Yeah. Neat. Did the wrong one, but neat.
Yeah, they did the wrong one. They should have done Sonic 06. And every time I say this, people are going to be like, but Project 06 is a fan game, which is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you getting Sonic 06 off of the thing so we can start working on it to improve it, the real thing itself.
Yeah, Project 06 is cool, but like, we'll just play that. Like, that's not the same thing. I'm
not.
sorry. And that's no statement on the quality of Project 06 at all. It's like saying an apple isn't an orange.
Yeah, it's like, you don't need to play Resident Evil 4. I played the remake on PS5.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's not the same thing.
No, it isn't.
People get mad if you say that sometimes, though. They're like, what do you mean? You're saying I didn't experience the thing? I'm like, yes, you experienced this other different thing.
No, it's true. It's true.
If here's a startling, try and follow my logic here.
Uh-huh.
If you don't play a game
Uh-huh.
and instead played a different game,
Uh-huh.
you didn't play the initial game because you didn't play the that game.
And this wallet has your ID in it. And this is your ID.
yeah.
Then what did you play? I played Sonic 06. Yeah, no. So Dan didn't play Demon Souls. No, I played Demon Souls Remastered. This isn't hard.
Yeah.
No, I was literally going to make the point of the reason we did the PS2 version of Shadow of the Colossus during that week of us doing these 6th-gen games is because it is literally the original thing. It is the original assets. It is hewing to the exact original in a way that makes it fit better with the other games we played and how we played them. We played a 4K version of Ninja Gaiden Sigma. We played a touched up but mostly identical Zone of the Enders 2.
Like
Shadow of the Colossus PS4 does not fit in the group with the others.
No.
Yeah, like there's stages here. We're not so purists as like Dan. You wouldn't say that. Yeah, if you play a remaster that just runs in a higher resolution and has a higher frame rate, you didn't play the same game.
No, I usually
broadly
don't.
wouldn't say that.
Broadly, I wouldn't say that. The only time I would is if it was something like the original ran so fucking bad and you just went, oh, it was fine. Like, that's...
Yeah.
Like when it comes to major things like that are save stating, that is majorly affecting the playing experience, right?
Yeah, there's vanilla plus, and then you have like you start getting into where you're deviating. Like, yeah, playing a remake of something isn't playing the original thing.
Yeah.
So you can speak, like, I'm not going to argue with you if you talk about how you like the broader mechanics or the story or something, but if you start trying to talk about definitively about the original, I am going to say, excuse me, you didn't fucking play that.
But yeah, there. I mean, I don't like to really bring it back to the core and talk about things just hard data. There are simply countless different ways Sonic 06 is built at the core that will not be replicated by someone making it in Unity, like straight up. Anyway, so yeah. Accompanying this release of Sonic Unleashed on PC, people have released tools to make recompilations of other 360 games.
Oh.
And as I understand it, but I did not look into this any further, some sort of layer for the dashboard as well to go along with it, because I swear I saw
can we have the
fucking
blades?
achievements pop up. Yeah. Ooh, mommy, can we get the blades? Stop the car!
But okay, I need Project 8.
Yes.
I need Lost Odyssey. I need Blue Dragon. I need the Ace Combats and the Armored Cores.
I'll be real with you,
50 Cent Blood on the Sand.
I'll be real with you, Chad. I need Project 8 at an order of magnitude so much higher than anything else that I'm just going to say that.
I need Saints Row. The original. That game is shockingly good and nobody knows because it was a 360 exclusive and the only one that blew up was the second one.
Yep. That's unfortunate.
Fans do what micro sucks.
Yeah, this is absurd. But, you know, in some of these cases, it actually makes sense why they couldn't. Like, Tony Hawk Project 8 has licensed music.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Proving Grounds, recompiled for PC, will run so well, and it will be perfect. and then it will just be the second worst Tony Hawk game.
American Wasteland on 360. Is that version better than the PS2 version? I assume it is.
Yeah. It's high definition, and this is a much better core to work from than you running an emulator for
Maybe
a PS2
they can somehow cut out the hallways.
That'd be cool. Yeah, no. There's countless games on the 360. It was a great library.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like this
Microsoft's winning
recompilation. This recompilation shit feels like it has the potential to be like a magic bullet for a lot of things.
Let's see. Well, actually, you know what? Before we move on, Bob, 360 game that gets recompiled. What's your number one? Tenchu.
Jokingly, I was going to say that. Because of course. I haven't even played that, but I want to. God, yeah, I don't know. 360 is hard because a lot of the stuff already is like Ninja Gaiden 2. But then, and we already talked about Tony Hawk Pro Jade a lot. And yeah, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I'm kind of drawing a blank. It's like the game was Dinner Dance. That's kind of funny, but it's like it's a bad game.
Is that not available on?
It might be actually.
Cameo.
Hell yeah.
The upgrades and stuff.
But what if it was 240 frames per second?
It'd be neat, I guess.
What if they magically took out that entire opening segment that was a vertical slice that is not like the rest of the game and bad?
That would be awesome.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah. What if for Tony Hawk Proving Ground, we just removed all of the making shit?
Yes.
What if you just played a normal fucking Tony Hawk? You know, we're covering this in the news in just a second, but what if you just did a version of Proving Ground that had none of these bullshit goals? God, what a fucking game that would be. Yeah, Fusion Frenzy 2. What about that? There's the 360 game for you. Sneaking!
Sneak King. Great.
Yeah! Anyway. Oh yeah, someone could do Perfect Dark Zero.
Maybe someone can make that game control well. I doubt it, yeah.
I think that's illegal. Let's see. I'm going to follow up with my gaming news rather than my GigaBoots news.
Ninja Blade would be cool.
That's on PC, though.
Yeah, but that port's bad.
I don't think you can even buy it
Can you not buy that
anymore. I think it got delisted.
Oh.
Might have.
Maybe you can,
Oh, I see.
unless it got brought back on like Good Old Games or something.
I have no idea. Bomberman Act Zero chat. I want to play these games, not laugh at the fact someone recompiled them. Oh man. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4 was announced on 3/4. Can you believe it?
Oh my god!
Wow.
Wow. Hey, check this out. It's Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and it's Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4. Quote, authentically remade in jaw-dropping 4K resolution with streamlined goals and the epic 2-minute format. Hey, Agro, how do you feel about the phrase the epic 2-minute format? How does that make you feel?
Man, that is a master class of like marketing judo where it's like, here's our fucking cut, our cutting something that is being framed as a feature.
They're smart to do it. I honestly I chafe against you sticking epic, a word that implies size, next to 2 minutes. The scale of these 2 minutes is huge, chat.
Yeah, that sounds like some horseshit you put in a dating profile to manage expectations.
Oh, sex available in the epic 2-minute format.
Streamlined. As expected from many years ago, I bet if you dig through the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1+2 streams, you can hear me say they were going to do exactly 5 years later what they have announced they were going to do.
Yes.
I guess it's technically 4.5 years later. 4 is a nightmare game where you have to skate around and then do goals that the game's control system is not designed for, like going up steps. Making a shopping cart jump over things. It's a nightmare homunculus that is a proto Underground 1. So they have literally just turned it into the format of the first 3 games, which is really interesting. But given what the original Tony Hawk 4 is, I wouldn't say. Correct me if you may have heard this already on this podcast. If you play this, I do not believe you have played Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4.
No, absolutely not.
This is
In no
literally
world.
In no world like that.
Do you think they'll at least try and do something like each skater has their own end event, like own end goal at the end of all this? Because wasn't that a thing before where they had?
Oh
like
yeah, no, it is a thing. I'm just sitting here mulling over like. You need to understand, if you don't know, if somehow you're in here and you have no fucking idea, I own every Tony Hawk game. I am a Tony Hawk freak. I liken Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4 to my other favorite piece of leather to chew on, Mega Man X3. It's a nightmare game made for fucking freaks for a franchise that is disgusting. And even I'm sitting here like, do people... I feel like people might want to do all 14 or whatever of those nightmare goals at the end.
Right? Like that. Those were super interesting to get to.
They are interesting.
I wouldn't say
Whether
any of them
they
were
do
good,
it?
but
Some of them were laughably easy and made me go, what?
yeah.
I feel like Tony Hawk 4 is the only Tony Hawk I ever owned. Oh my God. That's like the equivalent of my game just shipped with very hard mode. Somehow none of the rest came with it. But yeah, no, like a lot of that game is really set up around just doing the simplest mobility sucks shit in a way that no other Tony Hawk prior to that feels. I get why you would streamline it. It's what is it? The normal price for this game's $50, right?
Yeah.
Then they got never mind. I'm not getting into that. We'll get into that later. I feel like if they were gonna do the goals in the way they are in 4 and include all the goals from 4, which there are like 140.
Yeah, there are a lot.
It is so many, if not more, 240, 160, somewhere in that range. They might try to charge like $70 for this. And frankly, you can keep the $20. I'll just take your weird streamlined version. If I want to chew on leather, I have leather on 3 different platforms. I have Xbox, PS2, and GameCube. I'm good. I can go back and do it. Oh my God, timer chance down to 44 seconds.
Yup. Wow.
So, I'm just saying. Oh, thank you, Digital Basic, for the sub. I shouldn't even look. The moment would have passed by me.
Maybe we should do the rest of Big Think talking like this.
I will start throwing hands.
Why, aggro? You got somewhere you need to go?
Bed.
Yeah, you need to rest. So does Timer Chan. Let it go, guys.
So I'm pretty happy about this announcement. Admittedly, I was expecting this was exactly what they would do because presumably you want to have a good experience with the game titled Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4, which may not be contained in the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4. I'm okay
It's
with
still
this.
bullshit. They didn't put the blender in to let you stick your hand in it. You can hide it even. Hide it in a menu. Like blender here, put hand in.
Yeah,
But honestly, I assumed that this was more like we need something, get somebody to cobble together what Vicarious Visions had going before we blizzed them.
Well, if you remember the original leaks where they were going to do as a DLC.
Yeah.
There was no world where a DLC was going to be an authentic reproduction of Tony Hawk 4.
Right.
Literally not possible. So knowing that at the time, and then fast forwarding to, oh, it's actually happening at all. Kind of surprised it's happening at all. Iron Galaxy, you better not fuck this up.
yeah.
I'm going to trust you with this much instead of the actually remaking the original Nightmare game, which would have been this much. You better nail this. Yeah, I don't know.
It would have been fascinating to see them try and like streamline and make the original game something people would find fun. Like that would have been really cool.
I don't know how you streamline it because it's literally a giant park with a bunch of goals all over it. The easiest thing to streamline would have been the score things. Just
Mhm.
have,
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
have the
combine
one
all
person give
those.
you all 3 tiers, which they do in later games.
You could have something that would let you warp to goals instantly. You could have stuff
They have that.
like an actual mini map that shows you where all the guys are standing.
That is some next gen technology. Mini maps did not exist when Tony Hawk 4
Right.
came out.
No, obviously.
no video game ever had a mini map when Tony Hawk 4 came out. So, yeah, that'd be something. But even still, the goals are
Yeah, and then
like I'm not.
like the goals have to also be
As-
redesigned and like make work better.
Yeah, but the goals are like fucking dog shit. Where it's like we hit Ollie the magic bomb in 5 spots of this massive level. Find all 5 spots he appears in a row. Because if you jump over him, he will then appear at the next spot.
Right.
And most of the goals in that game, I regret to inform you, are probably closer to that than anything anyone wants to do. I say this as a guy who's played through it yearly for the last several years.
No, Dan, they need to find a way to make that thing where you ride on the board flat and go down a tube, like you do.
No.
They need to find a way to make that fun and not miserable.
Well, then that too is not the original game. Now is
Absolutely
it?
not.
So why would I want?
What I'm saying is, whatever they had to make would be entirely different from either thing.
Maybe they'll cut
Oh,
the Tony Hawk 4 stages into multiple stages, so each one is like 3.
That would be really funny.
Yeah, I honestly, knowing the scope of those levels, even I'm like, you're gonna make me do something on the far side of the level in 2 minutes?
Yeah.
How are you gonna do that?
Yeah, either do what Chris said, or actually cut them up, or they'll have to shrink massive parts and delete lots of things. Like I also think of the Colors levels, like there's just a giant field, almost nothing's there.
Oh yeah, no, it's like here's a wooden bridge that goes next to some trees that a little like sewer trough next to it or whatever, and
Right?
Yeah,
then,
they could literally just split the levels into multiple parts and block you off with like invisible walls or like police barricades or something.
This sounds like playing Tony Hawk Project 8 on the PS2.
It does.
That hurts.
That's a perfectly fine version of that game.
No, it isn't.
It's a it's a different game, but it is fine.
No, it isn't. That is not an okay version of that game.
It's not an okay version of Project 8, but it's an okay Tony Hawk game.
Well, I guess I haven't ranked every version of every Tony Hawk game. I bet it wins over some of the PS1 versions that shouldn't have existed.
Oh man, you're gonna have to play Tony Hawk's American Skateland
on the DS.
DS was out by then, I think.
It's
Oh
on
my
the
God.
DS. Yep, it's true. Yeah, no, I'm really happy, really excited for this. This comes out on July 11th, but we got to talk about the editions because the core edition is $50. Cool, great. The digital deluxe edition, you get it 3 days early, and you get Doom Guy and a Revenant, and it goes Doot, and there's Doom music in the game.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
you own that IP. We used to get fucking other IPs in Tony Hawk games, asshole.
Yeah, that one was free. What are you doing?
Maybe
You
it's,
own this
you can
IP!
still unlock it. Maybe you can just unlock it and it's a
I
free
don't-
upload.
Chris!
No, they didn't say that.
Did you
They would
hear
say-
yourself?
They say when that's the thing. Like they literally up front say it's
It's stupid. It's unacceptable. Like I don't like.
It's so absurd
Who's-
that they're selling this. Like this
Isn't
should
it
have
$90 fucking dollars?
Yeah, it's $30 more. Maybe it's 90, but I thought it was $79.99, so it was $30 fucking dollars.
Yeah, like
Yeah, we used to get Django Fett and shit. We used to get fucking
all these companies are going insane. It's like we just have to nickel and dime. We have to nickel and dime more. Like I'm now fully convinced that stupid thing morons keep insisting is going to happen will happen, and GTA 6 will be $100.
Man, in the Doom Guy model, it's not a new one. Like that's
No,
just the models
that's-
from the game, like from the last game. Like
Yeah.
that's from Doom Eternal, like it directly.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Uh-huh.
That doesn't fit with the art style of this game.
Uh-huh.
That doesn't do any.
Yep.
Yeah. It's also frustrating that it is that one and not like the classic Doom Guy because he's in 3 or he's in actual Tony Hawk.
Mhm.
It is classic Doom Guy, not as a weird reinvention.
And I know people don't know this shit, so I have to remind you. The PC version of a Tony Hawk game already got Doom Guy, and he was free!
Mm-hmm.
Now that they're owned by the same company, they're charging you! What a hellscape we live in! Anyway, so you get it 3 days early, and you get that. And I'm like, meh. But then they have a collector's edition with a really nice skateboard that's like the actual Tony Hawk design. And I'm like, well, I did fucking hate that I never got that. Because earlier, Tony Hawks did have a skateboard with them. And I was like, God damn it.
Yeah, you should probably get on ordering that soon.
Probably, yeah.
Because I bet that will sell out.
Probably. Anyways, luckily enough, that version 2 comes out 3 days early. So they aren't doing something unbelievably stupid. No, only digital deluxe. Only digital deluxe. But that's it for my gaming news. I will note my last thing. Finally, the podcast network, after 3.5 years of memeing, is seemingly going to do it. Windows 11 has pushed us to do it. We're actually getting a fucking Mac to run our streaming. I cannot believe this day has come. Holy fuck. All it took was months straight of it breaking at random.
Yeah, Windows 11 being the worst OS maybe ever.
Yeah.
That's all it took.
They broke something for Beat Mania in an update to Windows days ago. How the fuck are you breaking shit so deep that happened? I don't... Anyway, so they announced Mac Studio, a new Mac Studio the other day that has the M4 Max chip, so it has dual video encoders. So we can do the local VOD recording and then the stream separately. And I already did research months ago on like capture cards and what we would have to do. Yeah, they broke Infinitas while you're on vacation, Fox. I'm sorry. Are you on Windows 11 or are you on Windows 10? I actually don't know which one you're on, Fox. I'm so sorry that's how you found out. I didn't know she was listening. I'm so sorry, Fox. I didn't know you were listening. I wouldn't have shot you with that news. Oh, boy. So,
Oof.
anyway, yeah, so we're looking at a setup that'll literally just use a Mac Studio with 3 external capture cards from Magewell. It sits in the corner of this room and does all this. So I can, this sounds insane, but this is literally the tier it was at with Windows 11 at the time. I can take my entire 3-day Christmas vacation. Or was it 2? I don't remember. All I remember is driving back way too soon.
Yeah.
Because I'll know when I get here, shit works.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that's something. Thank you, Apple, for fucking releasing a new version of a fucking thing. Because every time I'm like, oh, the last time they refreshed this with new silicon was way too long ago. I don't buy it. Like, fuck you. I'm not.
So, what is Microsoft gonna do when Valve is like, you can just put Proton on anything now? Go ahead.
How do you mean?
Like, you can't load it onto a Linux PC yet, can you?
No, Proton is Linux. Like, that's a Linux thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Linux layer.
No, this isn't like exclusive to.
Oh, I thought that they didn't let you do it on PCs yet. I thought it was Steam Deck only.
No. Yeah, that's a Linux initiative that got co-opted. Non-evil by Steam in order to power the Steam Deck initiative. They're funded by Steam a lot of the time, but yeah, no, Proton just works. So to answer your question, nothing.
Unfortunate.
Nothing is going to make Microsoft do anything until this AI shit collapses and they suddenly have to care about other businesses again. Like, that's the only thing that's going to make any of these companies pivot is when they realize, oh, there is no infinite money fountain. That's not a real thing. We wasted $400 billion trying to get to a thing that isn't real.
Phil said if we hit the ramp just right, we would get across the canyon with Game Pass.
This isn't even fucking Phil. This is Satya Nadella.
Oh, I know. It's a joke. It's a throwback joke to when we made the joke about Phil doing that, and it's the same company. It's a reference. Anyway.
It's important to remember that Satya Nadella runs a death cult.
Yes, he's a Silicon Valley CEO. They all do. Yeah, no, it's great.
God.
Yeah, I feel like Microsoft's probably going to care when they start seeing major backslide in their numbers, which they're already seeing from 11 to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 11 is useless.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody likes it. People are like, I got a new job and my work PC uses Windows 11. And this is the full chest are like, if I had to use that at home, I'd end it.
Yeah, I've actually heard that from a lot of people who have to use it for their jobs.
Like, nobody fucking likes this shit. Every company, there's no way that someone who doesn't have their head up their ass at every well, tech companies aren't run by morons. Entertainment companies, entertainment and tech are the two fields completely run by morons. But there's no way people at their companies are like, we upgraded our PCs and productivity went down. Why?
I mean, there is a way they do that. They literally do that and watch it happen. There's no way they're happy with that.
I know, but I'm saying tech companies aren't even going to think of that. The executives, anyway.
Yeah, I've been fighting this transition to using the Mac Studio for recording and streaming stuff because, one, it costs money, and I take every dollar we spend here very, very, very seriously. Two, what we have to buy for it is, in essence, redundant, because I have to buy external capture cards that are of the quality that these two cameras and the gameplay will be fine. And since I basically only trust Magewell on that front, for various reasons, it's not a huge amount of money. It's not insane. However, it is significant. So I pushed it off as long as I could. But it really is hitting a point where, yeah, no, we should do this. And the weirdest part is when I found out that apparently even Clint from Lazy Game Reviews fucking did the same thing. He has a Threadripper PC and he just uses his Mac Mini to edit all of his videos on. I'm like, my God, that man loves Windows back in the day. He loves classic PCs. And even he's at the point where he's like, fuck it. Fuck all this shit. You need to be able to go to a space and know you can do your fucking work.
Yeah.
Good job, Microsoft. I honestly think this is the year where we will see these numbers slide a shitload. Because I think everyone's hitting their breaking point on this. I think it's really getting that bad. It's going to be really fucking funny if Valve spins up some fucking Steam console thing that's just insane hardware, but it's a Steam Deck. So then there's this two-pronged approach of like, no. Even if your game's high-end, get it working on this. Get your anti-cheat working on this, for the love of God. Because I think that's when you would actually see some sort of fucking transition where people would be like, oh my God, wait, I can play games and it look good on a fucking TV?
Yeah, if it has like most people, like, it needs to run their games and they need to have a web browser and their chat app. And like, that's it.
Yeah, no.
Most people don't use productivity software at home very much, like not advanced kinds. Like they might use a word processor, photo editing program maybe. But it's like, yeah.
Yep.
It's so silly how sometimes every once in a while you see these analysts talk about the death of consoles and like, you know what'll happen if consoles actually die?
What?
They'll make a PC that's a console.
Wow. It's almost like there's always a demand for consistently performing hardware that's a good value. Shock.
But anyway, I don't like it. It's not how I think the world should be, so it isn't real.
That's the part that always gets me with this shit. Where it's just like, do you have no friends, you friendless fucking loser? Can you not imagine someone who isn't literally you? You have to have friends who like these other things. Do you just not fucking care for them because you're a sociopath or what? Anyway.
Well, PC Master Race guys, yes, are exactly that.
Jesus. Hey, Aggro.
Hey, Dan.
I hear you have some gaming news.
So here's something a little weird, a little bit of a throwback. RoboCop Rogue City.
I know that.
That game fucking rules.
It is getting a standalone expansion.
Dope.
Which is RoboCop : Rogue City - unfinished business. It's coming out this summer. It is like, it's an expansion, but it's apparently its own executable. You don't need to own the base game.
Yeah, that became a trend for a little while. People still do it, where it's like, this isn't big enough to be a sequel, but we'd like you to buy it even if you didn't buy the first one.
Which is a weird concept, because even when they did this last gen with like that Uncharted thing, we were like, cool, do that more. And then they're like, no, actually, no, we're never doing this again. And I'm like,
yeah, they did it. They did it with Wolfenstein and then didn't do it with the sequel. Ubisoft did it a couple times and then stopped. It's like It's like only biggest. Only biggest.
Yeah, no, that's about when that brain rot started really taking hold.
So we're looking at summer for this?
Yep.
That's pretty cool. Bob, did you know that we have had a code for RoboCop Rogue City, but it's for PC? And since we did not have a safe way to stream a PC game.
Yeah.
But guess what we can do with the Mac Studio?
Oh my God.
Hey. Anyways, please look forward to it breaking anyway.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
So
Shame.
this happens about the same time every year. But if you own a PS3 and you're basically just using it as a Blu-ray player, you need to make sure it's hooked up to the internet so it can re-up its encryption key. Isn't the future great?
No, it's a miserable fucking dumpster fire of shit that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, it sucks. I have to do this manually with various tools on PC.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nightmare.
Did you have to do that because of chugging bleach?
Yes. Whenever they release too new of a Blu-ray of Chugging Bleach, I'm like, yeah, I need to update this stuff. It is literal nightmare. I can't believe that Blu-ray is a standard like this.
Hey, did you know when you stop
Just
giving
steal
us...
things.
Yeah, like I was going to say, like literally when you sell us a thing, but then you strip away our ability to feel like we own that thing, we stop wanting to buy that thing.
Well, their hope is that the new generation will have no idea how to escape this web of evil that they've built. Which is why which is why torrenting should be a class in school.
It should. No, I agree with this.
It's fair.
If you don't know how to find torrents, did you know QBitTorrent has a torrent search function? You don't even have to go to a website. And did you know MPC? And did you know MPC Media Player? If you hit the D key while you're playing something, it will search for subtitles files.
Ooh,
Yeah, I didn't know either of these things. I've been searching for this stuff manually.
man. If I'd had stuff like that back in the day, I could have watched Kakurenbo with anything other than hard-coded Russian subtitles.
Would that really be the same, though?
No, it wouldn't.
yeah,
It would be better. Keep up.
I should talk about the movie I watched where I used that functionality of MPC because I forgot to bring it up. I watched X-Men Apocalypse.
How do you get a copy of X-Men Apocalypse that plays in it? How did you like the movie?
I struggle to think that any of the remaining X-Men movies could be worse.
Oh,
That
you are
movie
ready for Dark
is-
Phoenix.
I don't. First of all, the costumes in X-Men Apocalypse are the worst costumes I have ever seen in a comic book movie. Period. They are terrible.
Yeah.
You could pick any screenshot of the characters wearing these dog shit costumes that don't even have an X on them. They have no yellow. They're like blue and silver and have no iconography on them whatsoever. And be like, oh, that's a cutscene from Fuse.
Mm-hmm.
But did you appreciate Oscar Isaac's Marlon Brando impersonation? Or?
Here's what he said. He first of all, he looks like Ivan Ooze from the Power Rangers movie.
Yes,
does.
everyone knows
Yes.
that. Yes.
Yeah.
And he sounds like Master Org from Power Rangers Wild Force, who is doing that exact kind of voice.
So he was also knocking off Marlon Brando?
Yeah, I guess.
Also, the entire climax is just people shooting beams at him while he screams and puts up a barrier.
Yeah, it's
that's
Mortal Kombat
30
1.
minutes.
Yeah.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
And why did they have to come up with an epic reason for Xavier to be bald?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why did they have to do that?
Yeah, no, that movie sucks.
Movie
I don't think
sucks.
we aren't
I
going to
don't-
find any resistance here on that.
Look, the only thing I got out of that movie was a fusion of it and The Critic, where I imagined fucking Apocalypse being like, "Fine, I'll make you a jelly sandwich for you and your stuffed bunny. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, one moment."
The only moment of joy in that movie is when Magneto's wife and child are both killed by the same arrow. And then somebody posted the Teen Girl SWAT arrow panel in the Discord. What an unbelievably shitty movie. Just a failure in every conceivable way.
Yep. It's true.
Nobody even noticed that Olivia Munn was Psylocke.
No.
Yeah,
that
everybody
happened.
knew that, yeah.
That happened.
No, I mean when I was watching it, nobody went. That's Olivia Munn.
Oh, okay.
Did you? You're like the context, of course, my Discord call. You all know who was in that.
It's like, we all knew. What was this?
Of course. And people did go, hey, why does she have the only comic accurate costume in the movie?
Yep.
By the way, that movie
terrible
kind of looks
fucking
like
movie.
dog shit in HDR. I'm excited to watch it again on the fucking new TV.
Oh, God. Watch anything else.
No.
Like, that would have gotten a -5 on cursed content.
Look, all I'm saying is I just
It's
got Oscar
empty. It's
Isaac in my brain
nothing.
going, oh, Michael Joseph.
Dan's like that. This thing I made up in my head is worth spending 90 minutes in a desolate parking lot.
They're like,
with only the wind.
he's like, I'm an ancient Egyptian. How am I going to talk English? And then he goes, oh, yes, I'm going to teach this mutant something. I'm just like, what is this fight? Anyway.
The best stuff that's the only place we see live action Psylocke.
Yeah. I read. Never mind. We don't have time for this. Aggro, you have a final bit of news.
I do. God, Video Game Deluxe, which you may know from. Well, you probably don't. They worked on a lot of Rockstar stuff. LA Noire.
The ports of LA Noire, I believe.
Yeah, like the ports and the VR stuff.
That, yeah.
They have officially been bought by Take-Two and Rockstar. Or, I'm sorry, acquired. I don't know if they bought them. They may have just rushed in with baseball bats and declared ownership.
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows? And they are now being rebranded as Rockstar Australia. So in case in 6 months from now you look up and go, oh fuck, where's Video Games Deluxe? They're still there. They're still in Sydney. Don't worry about it.
I don't think they've ever done anything but Rockstar projects anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this seemed like a paperwork kind of thing.
It's like how Nintendo will sometimes be like, we have worked with this company for 30 years and we no longer own 99.7% of them. We own all of them.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
What's up?
Let's get through your news.
A really cool game that was announced. It was called Absolem. It's a roguelike beat 'em up made by Guard Crush Games, who worked on Streets of Rage 4. They weren't the main dev, but they were like assisting on it. And they made Streets of Fury, which when I looked that game up, I was pretty blown away by what it is. It's seemingly, I assume, everyone in the office making themselves into beat 'em up game sprites, and making their own Streets of Rage like that.
Cool.
So that just still pictures like World Combat 3 looking. It's pretty funny looking. But this new game is actually all hand-drawn art, looks incredible, and it's got roguelike mechanics with seemingly what looks like might be as deep as a full-on Streets of Rage 4 combat system. So that looks really cool. There's a trailer and also a big preview that's gone out on a few different sites like IGN and some others.
Ooh.
So you can hear Ryan McCaffrey talk all about it.
That is ABSOLUM. And as I understand it, he was one of a many number of people who talked about it.
Yes, I believe
So you could
Easy
definitely
Allies
choose anyone else.
also did it. Yeah. Looks really cool.
Yeah,
like,
that sounds neat.
It's got like
I'm
a
interested.
Dungeons and Dragons sort of style to it, where it's medieval setting with magic characters. Like, honestly, the main guy they showed looks kind of like the Dungeons and Dragons Capcom game Dark Elf, where he's got magic with one hand and then a giant sword with the other hand.
Oh.
It looked really good. And then the other character showed was a dwarf dude. I have no idea when this game's coming out, but I'm definitely psyched. Suikoden had news come out. They had a Suikoden Direct. So they announced the Suikoden anime.
What's it called?
Suikoden, the anime.
Wow.
Dope.
It's based on
my
Suikoden
God.
2. I know, breaking new grounds. It's made by Konami Animation, which this is their first like full anime. Before that, they made Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Game The Chronicles, a 6-minute collection of shorts.
Is it a collection of 6-minute shorts or a 6-minute collection of shorts?
6 minutes and has a bunch of very short shorts.
Is it a beach episode? Is that why there are short shorts?
Which I checked that out. It actually looks pretty nice. I have no idea what to expect from the actual what Suikoden's going to end up like, because the director on this is Yuzao Sato, or sorry, Satao, who
Sato.
He does a bunch of directing on a bunch of CG shows like Flowers of Evil and Tiger and Bunny, the CG parts. So I don't know exactly what to expect from that. And the other thing they announced, because Konami's still evil.
Yeah, this is like a blast from the fucking past in terms of announcements.
Suikoden Star Leap for iOS and Android. They have made all this incredible looking art. It's an iPhone game.
It's a gacha game too.
It's a gacha game.
Literally cop to it. It's
Yeah.
fucking gacha.
It's terrible.
So it'll be shut down in 2 months.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like nobody's gonna go onto the Suikoden fucking gacha game. Are you insane?
Yeah, this is something that you would expect them to do 10 years ago or more.
Just
Every time I
announce
think-
the into service date the same time that you launch it, just like that Love Live game
Right?
When it came over, yeah.
or Idol Master. I forget which one.
I think it was
is.
Idol
It was
Master.
I think it was Love Live.
Was it Love Live?
Pretty
Okay.
sure.
Anyway.
But yeah, don't do that. What are you doing? What are you thinking?
Stop that.
I was like, maybe Konami's recovering, and then they're just like, hey, we're still us. We haven't changed at all. You know what? I'm the guy who came over who did the Breath of Fire iPhone game at Capcom. I came on over here.
It's me again.
It's like, why?
You see those pictures of X-Men I posted on Blue Sky?
Yes.
Those are quality animation pieces.
Yeah, those are something.
We already talked about Baki Hanma Blood Arena.
We did.
Okay.
Neil Druckmann said a thing in an interview, mainly about the Last of Us TV show, but this is about the Last of Us, like, it's a
Broadly.
franchise.
Yeah.
So he says, I guess the only thing I would say is don't bet on there being more of The Last of Us. This could be it. So
Interstellar, the Heretic Prophet, or whatever the fuck it's called.
No, you got it,
is-
actually. Good job.
I think it's Intergalactic. I said Interstellar.
Oh.
That'll only sell 10 million copies, so they're gonna break his fucking legs, and he won't be able to work on The Last of Us Part 3. Like, yeah, I also wouldn't commit to a game that's coming out 10 years from now at the earliest.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. And every time I think about the multiplayer stuff, I get really upset.
Same.
So let's move on.
Okay.
I put
It's almost like Neil Druckmann. Will The Last of Us 3 come out in 10 years? I don't plan to live that long.
I put this news in here
Mm-hmm.
because I thought I normally wouldn't even bother covering this, but this is just too absurd. Bleach Rebirth of Souls will feature character Kaien Shiba. He's playable.
Now, is this a ruse and like his big move will be turning into Eren Yarrow?
It doesn't look like it. It looks like he just has the spear and stuff, like normal.
Now, chat.
So he does have the spear. They didn't just alt color Ichigo.
Right.
I need you to understand this is not Ichigo in a wig or with hair dyed. This is a separate character named Kaien Shiba. He's Ichigo's nobody.
Pretty much.
Kaien Shion.
Kaien Shihon.
Yeah. Somehow, Acclaim has returned. It's one of those things where it's just some random CEO being like, I'm going to use this name and try and bring back old IPs.
The claim's a great property. We're going to bring. Anyways.
But the CEO is Alex Yosef. He was the former CEO of Graffiti Games, which did make real video games. You've never heard of them, I bet. They're called Elderind and Turnip Boy.
I know that one.
Okay. And there's two different Turnip Boys. I think
not sure I don't that I know that one anymore.
I think one's Turnip Boy robbed the bank. There might be another one where he commits tax fraud. I'm not sure.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, I think that's one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So those are real video games. They say that the whole point of them bring back the IP is to try and just support indie devs and also work on bring back some of the IP Acclaim owns.
Oh my God, Turok can return.
Possible.
Worth noting, on the title screen for the Turok Night Dive port, They credit the comic book.
Oh, they do. Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Which I was like, what the heck is that?
Yeah, that's fair. I forgot it was a comic.
Right. We didn't even talk about. We both played some Turok on that. Once they did that big update.
Because they did an update that it's now on the PS5 and Xbox Series, and it has like 120 frames per second and all this stuff, and it has gyro controls, and it was really great. It's the most fun I ever had with Turok.
Yeah, for sure.
Honestly, if that's what it was like when it came out, oh my god, that would have been a huge moment. Turok was pretty sick when it came out, but holy fuck.
Yeah, now I can actually see where I'm going. What?
Which means that's too good if we ever do a Turok versus Turok flop swap.
Oh, no.
We got to use the N64 original version.
That one we'll never be able to beat.
Yeah.
After playing it like this, I'm like, it's impossible. There's so many platforming challenges. I was like, that simply wouldn't happen. There's like one of you pixel perfect jump.
Yeah, sometimes a flop swap isn't about beating it. Maybe it's about you just being stuck in hell for 20 hours.
Right?
I mean, when your options are Turok on N64, Turok on GameCube ? And Turok on fucking PS3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, I think that's neat. Acclaim is a neat name. Hopefully that works out well, and it is used for good.
Right?
When are one of these companies going to bring back LJN?
I don't know. I feel like you need the sponsorship with AVGN.
I feel like that needs to literally be James Rolfe somehow acquires LJN.
Which means, really, we're just talking about the dude who runs Retroware buying the rights to LJN and giving it to James Rolfe, the Cinemassacre overlord.
So I bet the real problem is finding who owns those rights. I bet that ain't easy.
I'm pretty sure it's owned by GAD, based on the Bible games.
Somehow, Styx has returned.
The band?
Oh shit, I remember Styx.
I don't. I only remember the band. What is this?
Styx Blades of Greed is a brand new game in the Styx series. It's a sequel to 2014 Styx Master of Shadows.
This all sounds fake.
You play as a little goblin man, and it's the medieval times, and he's like a stealth guy. It's like Thief, but you play as a little goblin. It's a real game, I swear.
I'm gonna have to edit this guy into our fucking thumbnail and blur him out and stick him behind the quote. Yeah, he's too funny.
I don't think I've ever played this, but I always saw it. I was like, that could be good. Who knows?
I remember having a lot of people like it.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid stealth game, is my understanding.
They were like, it's jank as shit, but it's really good.
Is this how Spiff feels every time we talk about 7th game? I feel like you're all gaslighting me.
Yeah,
I can't believe you don't remember this.
Somehow I do not.
Right?
I'm not even sure the original one was on console. I think it might have been PC only because it's a Eurojank game.
I think it was on a console, but I'm not sure anymore. Yeah,
it's a sequel, but like it came out after. But I think it is also technically a prequel to Orcs Must Die.
What?
No, not Orcs Must Die.
Okay.
I'm sorry. The game has orcs in the name though.
Blood Bowl, maybe. Because they also make that.
Oh God, what was it?
But while you think of that, this is made by the original people
of Orcs and Men. Of Orcs and Men.
Oh, okay. Which is a strategy game or something, right?
I think it was supposed to be I think it was an action RPG.
Huh. But yeah, this is gonna be on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Like full set of new stuff. This fall, so it's not even that far. What were you gonna say, Chris?
I remember that this came out, that the first one came out in an era where every stealth game was also like a choose your strategy.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it actually came out, people were pretty happy that it was actually just a fucking straightforward stealth game.
But yeah, it's Cyanide Studios who did make the original. Like this is not some weird thing like, oh, we got the IP, we wanted to make this. They're coming back to it after 11 years.
They also made Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthblood.
These are words.
Yes, they are.
Werewolf the Apocalypse is the werewolf version of Vampire the Masquerade. I think they're even in the same universe.
Huh. Crazy.
So it's for goth furries instead of goth vampires.
All right.
And my last piece of news, Visions of Man director Kenji Ozawa, who I guess they were co-directing with the other guy that went to Square Enix. He decided to instead make his own studio called Studio Sasanku. I'm not sure.
1 second. Sasangwa. Because it's Sasanqua. Sasangwa.
In the VGC article about this, he says the reason is one of the main reasons he decided to launch a new studio was so that he could create an environment where management would take responsibility for bad results rather than placing that responsibility on developers. And basically every quote about this studio formation is like, yeah, management should pay.
So what would you say is like the ethos of your studio?
Heads will roll.
She's like, it feels like I will fire myself.
If this game fails, I will kill myself.
Dramatic stab. Bro, I'm sorry NetEase did this to you.
Yeah, no, this is... NetEase had an effect on the man, clearly. Because for people who don't remember, Vicious Amana Studio was shut down because NetEase just decided to do that.
Yeah, that's why that game is the way it is because they got told you get no additional time, you get no additional money, put the fucking game out as fast as possible. And that's why that game is about how killing yourself is noble.
That first fucking game from the studio, Bob, is going to have the Killer 7 Russian roulette scene. But at the end, he's going to yell, "All publishers are the same!"
Man, I would really like it if developers started getting as vengeful as Suda. We need more like, here's our villain, Spill Fencer.
Yes!
Yeah, I hope that Suda is able to come back from the inevitable being destroyed or being shut down by NetEase.
Yeah.
Because the next game will be insanely vindictive.
It's so insane that Suda can't find stable ground. Like, look at all the fucking amazing games what a dog shit industry.
Mm-hmm.
Movies are the same way right now. Like most of his stuff still makes money. It's just he keeps getting rat fucked.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the stuff doesn't even cost that much to make. Of course it makes back the money.
Yeah, you think No More Heroes 3 looks expensive?
It kind of does on PS5 because it runs so fucking well. It looks like a Magic game.
I mean, seeing any game that renders real pixels and runs well on the PS5 feels like a delightful paradise nowadays. Let's go to the Chris news.
Keiji Inafune is dead. His career is anyway.
Finally.
So he quote unquote left level 5, which means he was fucking fired.
Mm-hmm.
Concept has been shut down, and anybody that left was instantly turned into level 5 Osaka. He apparently left mid last year because he was fucking up Fantasy Life. The interview from level 5 CEO was like, the moment he was fired, we polished up the game, we increased its scope, we added parkour. Literally, they say they added fucking parkour and all kinds of other shit.
Well,
like it literally sounds like it literally just sounds like he can't manage anything. He can't manage the simplest fucking project.
Yeah, this was an automatic home run. He had a base to work from directly of a game people loved already.
Worth noting, this asshole in the middle of this game's development launched, I believe the name was Beastroids, the NFT game. With that one studio. That website doesn't even pull up anymore.
Of course not.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is
all the money go.
This is almost certainly Keiji Inafune's ignoble exit from the gaming industry, unless he pops up at a Web3 company. But that's the only thing left for him.
Him and Itagaki are gonna hang out and be like, "Oh, we're so cool. We're doing it."
I prefer it if he and Yuji Naka hung out.
Yeah, that'd be
in jail.
Yes.
They frequent.
I'm gonna say something fucked up. Itagaki deserves better than Naka and Inafune.
He does.
He does.
He's a creep and a loser
Mm-hmm.
and insane. But people like that can still have value as artists, which shallow, cynical businessman creeps do not.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Fuck you, Keiji Inafune. You fucking rat bastard.
The long-standing stance of the whole podcast, I think.
It's fucking
Once again,
true.
as I posted on Blue Sky, Mega Man Legends 3 announced. 1 month later, Keiji Inafune leaves Capcom. 1 month later, Concept formed. You don't fucking spawn a studio from the ether in under a month. He was already making plans. He knew he was leaving. He greenlit that. He helped greenlight that fucking game because he knew it would be a turkey around their neck when they had to cancel it, which they did 9 months later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That game wasn't even in development a full year.
all I want to say is, as someone who deeply loves Mega Man and owns so much of it and has played so much of it throughout his entire life, and such deep, passionate love for me for the franchise, it really saddens me to see other people who have not been able to figure out who Keiji Inafune is over the last 13 years. It saddens me.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are still people who, even as late as the Beastroids thing, we're talking about like, oh, no, I think you're all misunderstanding. There's no way he's involved with this. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is most obviously Keiji Inafune thing.
Yeah.
They can't even recognize artwork made by the man if it doesn't fit their narrative of the man, which is really poetic in a way. You can't recognize what he's doing because you don't want it to be what he's doing. Fuck you, Keiji Inafune. Good riddance. Every fucking Discord I'm in erupted over this announcement.
Yeah, he is just a villain.
We need that we need that comic panel of "So long, you little shit."
Hidden Variable, they are the studio behind Skullgirls Mobile and Second Encore. They were Future Club got brought on to also further assist them on Second Encore.
Mm-hmm.
They're in litigation with Autumn Games, the publisher that owns Skullgirls. The lawsuit alleges they stopped paying us. They owe us $1.2 million. We signed a payment agreement in October, and they just stopped paying us. And
God.
Don't worry, though. On Autumn Games' Discord, they say everything's great, and they have a new developer to work on Skullgirls.
Why would we think that's a...
Why would we think?
Yeah,
That's
why
great?
would we respond to this with, that's good?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we respond to that with, at best, you're rat fucking your development partner to get somebody who's cheaper, and at worst, this is just a lie and you're about to go out of business.
Mm-hmm.
Or even worse than that, somehow Mike Z is going to crawl out of that coffin.
It's me again.
How does this keep happening? There's so
I
many
don't
bad
know.
news things happening all through the years with Skullgirls. There's so many different...
Skullgirls is the most cursed game of all time. At some point, I would just be like,
yeah.
I'm not working on that game.
Yeah.
There's like a mummy's curse going on. Like nobody else could be like, finally, Skullgirls it got an Evo. This is its big chance to blow up. Oh, Mr. Wiz is a pedophile, so Evo's canceled.
Yeah, I genuinely believe this is the most cursed video game to have ever existed. Yeah. Why couldn't it happen to something else? God damn.
Yeah, and it's this is horrible to say, but it's like it hurts. It's like I almost feel like Skullgirl, like I feel like I'm James Sunderland and Skullgirls is my wife. Where it's like I can't look at it anymore and remember the good times. I can only remember it being terminally ill for the past decade.
Yep.
I'm gonna pipe the pillow over its face.
Genuinely sucks.
Yeah.
I remember when we played Skullgirls 1 and we were like, oh, this is so great. I hope they make a 2. And then they announced DLC and I'm like, oh, this is really good. I hope they make a 2. And then
they announced DLC and it's like, I hope they make a 2. How many times have we said some variant of please make Skullgirls 2 on this podcast?
I don't know, but I'm done saying it.
Yeah.
Pet Cemetery.
Yeah.
Motherfucking
Yeah.
shit.
It's over.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is so over. It sucks. Ugh.
And then we played Skullgirls 2 Deadly Airport, which, by the way, is how Chair G Tables first found GigaBoots. The same Chair G Tables I helped film the Mega Man Proto Man fight in front of the Lincoln Memorial with after MagFest earlier this year. Fantastic video. Go watch it. I'm going to see if I could get a link for that.
So this probably should have gone in the industry burning sound segment for whatever.
Yeah,
Discord
sure.
is preparing to go public.
Oh no.
Ouch.
So if you're in any Discord server that serves as an archive for information, go save it. Go save it all right now.
Yep.
Because if Discord goes public, you will be fucking shocked at how fast it degrades in every conceivable way down into nothing. It probably won't even take one full calendar year.
You know, before I read this article, I honestly was like, why are people saying, I wonder what's going to come after Discord? Now I know. Because there just will be an open space for that.
If they keep doing this long enough, I genuinely believe this is not an overly optimistic statement. This is just based on sheer technology and physics. We're just going to make an open source version of everything, you dumb assholes.
That does seem like it's going to be
and Godot. It
that
will happen
seems
to
like
everything if you keep breaking our legs.
If there is any positive future at all, like if there is any timeline we can end up on that is optimistic at all, that's going to be it. It's going to be every single thing will be fucking open source. We'll have an open source version of everything. It'll fucking work. It'll be open source, so no dickhead will come in and decide to ruin it to make some nickels.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine your computer can run things the way you want it, and it works.
Whoa! Is this a fantasy novel?
And I'm hoping that eventually giant corporations will switch from, well, we should own it to, oh shit, we don't have to pay to use it.
Yeah.
Which is what I feel like, which is hopefully what will happen with Godot. All these moron companies are like, we need our own proprietary engine. We'll go, oh shit, we can just use Godot. Holy shit.
Unbelievably funny that fucking Sega, of all people, is like, oh shit, Godot. Let's use that to get Sonic colors on these new consoles. I'm like, what? You're not supposed to be that what? What?
I forgot that they use Godot for that. That's crazy.
No,
I should play that. It's free on PS Plus this month.
That's right. That was a plug. Don't forget, Sonic Colors Ultimate is free on PlayStation Plus this month.
Also, Dragon Age Veilguard. And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Cowabunga Collection.
Did you want to play all these great games with a shitload of lag? Do I have
try and beat the damn level on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles NES on the Cowabunga Collection?
Bob, we need to do a stream. We're like, we don't get to stop streaming until we beat every one of these games.
Oh
and
my
we're
God.
both wearing the AVGN outfit.
Were you expecting the Addams Family?
Soundboard just completely filled with AVGN quotes.
Once Upon a Katamari has been trademarked by Bamco. Usually these kind of trademarks are shortly followed by a game announcement. So no clue if this is going to be like them combo it, like somehow beautiful Katamari, and they don't want to call it that. The 360 and PS3 ones like combined into one, or an entirely new thing. I think a new Katamari has the potential to be really cool because you could actually have the thing get bigger instead of like you have the screen blur and you load into a different level basically as you get larger, which is what happens in those PS2 ones.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think Katamari is a really cool series, and I'd be up for anything they want to do with it.
Sometimes you just want to play a game that's pretty simple but has an interesting conceit and hear some of the best music you've ever heard in your life.
Mm-hmm.
As it turns out, that's all I ever wanted from video games.
Man, isn't it so fucked up that Western games just will not have music? Like they refuse.
Yeah.
It's like a moral stance.
It's real weird. Real weird. Anyway, that's it for the news this week. And that is it for Big Thing to Mention this week. Reminder, Chris is continuing to play video games. When's that going to be?
Saturday, we're going to play The Misadventures of Tron Bonne. We'll do a Saturday and Sunday, tiny little baby streams, because I think that game's only like 7.5, 8 hours. Do it in 2 streams.
And tomorrow, Bob and I will be splitting fiction with Split Fiction. It's going to be a great time. I hear this one is hard. It's for the gamers. It's going to be great. This is from the person who made It Takes Two and Brothers.
Prison Break?
And
That's close.
No, Prison Break is the one actually based on the TV show. What is this?
What is the actual? A Way Out.
A Way Out, yeah.
Okay. They were all the boxes even look pretty similar, so I got confused.
Anyways, that's gonna be it. So please be excited. We'll see you later. Have a great night. See you next time. Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Think Dimension. Big Think Dimension is possible only because of you and your support over at patreon.com/GBpodcast, where you can get access to Armchair Devs Extras, some movie commentary tracks, I believe over 70 of them, and many, many other things, such as the movie Isolation 119, a real movie about a man taking a trip to Thailand to discover the injuring of his brother in a tax break? Yeah, that sounds about right. Patreon.com/GBpodcast.